We're live.
Good fun.
Good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you are across the diaspora. Welcome to day 2 of our 4th annual conference titled this year, Boys to Men, Early Childhood Education, No Small Matter, Helping Boys to Thrive. This year's conference is brought to you by the Catholic College of Mandeville in collaboration with the Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network. We are happy this year to be focusing on the issue of boys and helping boys to thrive. We had an exciting day yesterday, and I'll give you a quick synopsis, but to start us off on the right foot and to invite the divine in our presence, we have Father Michael Rowe of the Catholic Diocese of Mandeville.
Good morning. and thank you for inviting me to share with you. It is truly a pleasure to invite the Holy Spirit to direct our proceedings as it being another day of this very wonderful venture. And so I'd like to read to you from St. Mark's Gospel, chapter 5. He took along the child's father and mother and those who were with him, and entered the room where the child was. He took the child by the hand and said to her, Talitha kum, which means, little one, I say to you, arise. The child of 12 arose immediately and walked around, and they were utterly astounded. I begin with that because your conference is about children, and especially boys, to raise them up and to bring them to another level. That's what Jesus did. And he notices brought his father and mother. That's you and I. We have been entrusted with these children to bring them to another level, to bring them new life. But we need the strength of the Holy Spirit. We need God's guidance and God's direction. And so I invite you now to pause and let us pray. Rejoice, Lord God, in the gift of our children. You have entrusted them to our care, and for that we are grateful. Lord God, as we enter this conference, I ask that you inspire each and every mind, that as we journey together, we may truly find strength from your guidance and strength from interacting with each other, so that we can lift our children to another level, especially our boys. We ask an anointing of your Holy Spirit on all our children. But now we turn to Jesus, our brother, who taught us that when we pray, we should say, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. So may the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. May the Lord lift up his countenance upon you and bring you peace. And may Almighty God bless you all, the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Good luck and have a wonderful conference.
Thank you, Father Ro. With that powerful prayer and blessing, I'm sure we are going to have a wonderful day. Thank you for inviting the divine spirit into our midst. We welcome you again to day 2 of our 4th annual conference. I am one of your moderators today, Joan Belfort. I am the coordinator for the Master of Education program, offered in collaboration with St. Mary's University of Minnesota here at the college. With me today is Dr. Dwayne Dice. Dr. Dice is a product of the Catholic College of Mandeville, where he did both his undergraduate and graduate work in education, and that provided the foundation for his doctoral work and his immersion into education. He is currently the Chief Executive Officer of Education Solutions International. Dwayne, welcome and thanks for pinch hitting with us today. Day 1 was really, really exciting. And just to bring you up to date and link yesterday to today, we had quite some serious conversations on the whole business of boys, looking at fathering and protecting boys from exposure to trauma. We had, that was Dr. Roach from the USA. Then Joseph Heron from the Ministry of Education talked about teacher attitude to boys. And in a survey of 154 teachers, only 1 teacher had something positive to say about boys. Jasper Gabriel, our keynote speaker, reminded us that we needed to change the culture, the way we speak about men, and the way we relegate men as men and boys and males in general as lesser than. Dr. Hickswell talked about the challenges for males in early childhood education. There's a need for more males, but there's a challenge of stigmatization, there's a need for mentoring, and the need for proper compensation. Dr. Clark asked us to reflect on the early childhood spaces and the way we deliver our early childhood education. Are we catering more to girls than to boys? Are our classrooms boy-friendly? Are we providing inclusive, equitable, and quality education? Dr. Kincaid Clark asked us to be aware of the feminization of education, linking again to Dr. Clark's reflective question on whether we are catering more to boys than girls, and talk to us about the advantages of learning pods. Blacker Ellis gave us two frameworks for creating rites of passage for boys, because he noted that while girls have a rite of passage as they go through puberty, there were no such rites marking boys' movement from boy to man, creating a problem for the men later on. And with us yesterday online, we had representatives from the Early Childhood Commission, from Chase Fund, and from JDTAN's Early Childhood arm. And we are hoping that they would take up some of the important points from the conversations yesterday and take up the advocacy needed to make the early childhood space much better. We have a wonderful lineup today, and to start us off, I am going to hand over to my co-moderator, Dr. Dwayne Dice, to introduce our first speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Belfont. I'm very glad to be here to participate in Catholic College of Mandeville's Early Childhood Conference 2021. And I'm more excited because we're focusing on boys to men, developing those areas of our young boys as they grow into men of not even tomorrow, but of today in terms of leadership and education. Mrs. Alison Salmon, she's the Senior Director of Professional Development in Jamaica Teaching Council, the JTC, and she is welcome now to bring greetings from the JTC. Welcome, Miss Alison.
Hello, a pleasant good morning to you all, right? And good morning to Masters of Ceremony, Miss Joan Belfont and Mr. Dwayne Dice. Pleasant good morning from the Jamaica Teaching Council. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to express the very best regards and greet you all at the conference today. Heartiest congratulations on a very successful day one and continued blessings for a second day. And I see that it is scheduled with presentations to inform, enlighten, give practical strategies, and of course, to stir action. I could not greet this conference without extending well wishes from the Chief Executive Officer at the Council, Dr. Winsome Gordon. Dr. Gordon, who herself has led many initiatives in gender-informed education for girls and boys, welcomes this initiative and sends her regards. As a part of the National Forum for Innovations in Teaching, in October 2014, the Jamaica Teaching Council launched the Advancing of Education of Boys program, a true testimony that events much like this conference can propel action. Our experience has shown us that public advocacy is critical to the advancement of the education of boys. It attracts attention to the real situation of our boys. The program continues to be directed at raising the achievement levels of boys so that they become productive citizens. Special thanks to the Commonwealth Secretariat that partnered with the Council to enable the effective implementation and our many partners. Partnership, much like JDTAN, and stakeholder engagement is a key factor to move ideas from plans to action. I urge all participants here today to take a keen note of the many ways in which they can get involved in supporting the achievement of our young citizens. Shamelessly, I mentioned the Council's own initiative, an opportunity for professional males to get more involved by mentoring boys. I know that a video has been prepared for this conference, and I urge you all, professional males, to join our EduAction program to mentor boys in entrepreneurship skills and character building. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Jamaica Teaching Council, I greet you well and say, have a productive day. I will put the link to join our EduAction in the chat if you don't mind.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Salmon. Very short and succinct.
Mr. Dice, I know you don't know that name.
Pardon?
Solomon.
Solomon. Oh, sorry. Yes, my bad. Solomon. Yes. I had a friend a couple of years ago who in Mandeville by that name, Solomon. Thank you so much, and give our regards to the Teaching Council. We will do more work with you guys in the near future. And you're doing a wonderful job there in Jamaica. So that's very good. Our next person who are going to give greetings is from the Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force. And the Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force is divided into 3 groups. For the first time, it's early childhood sector. The early childhood sector is chaired by Mrs. Melanie Gooden Baker, and she's here with us this morning to bring greetings from that early childhood sector. So good morning, Miss Melanie Gooden Baker.
Good morning to the Master of Ceremony, Miss Joan Belfin, to Dr. Dwayne Dice, to Father Michael Rowe, Dr. Diana Davis, Sister Una O'Connor, Mrs. Thelma Neal, Dr. Marsha Chin, to Mrs. Allison Solomon, Mrs. Carolyn Clark Brown, in all your respective positions as stakeholders of the early childhood education sector, and to all the presenters, planners, attendees, educators of this illustrious, needed, and very timely virtual early childhood education conference coordinated by Catholic College of Mandeville. On behalf of the Jamaica Diaspora Early Childhood Education Task Force, a lovely good morning and continued blessings on this exceptional endeavor. And kudos on a successful first half of this, your 4th annual conference. In our inaugural year as a task force, we consider the urgency of now, the need to support our Jamaican early childhood educators, especially to accomplish, as your theme so eloquently emphasizes, boys to men, early childhood education, no small matter, helping boys to thrive. I concur wholeheartedly with your emphasis as my flagship program through my company Project Resets, Restoring Expectations Through Socio-Emotional Trauma Survival, focuses on boys with my Proper Sons to Dignified Men training module, developed around the notion of instilling high expectations in and for our boys or sons, which will inform our collaboration going forward. Through advancing training and development, both professionally, with professional tools for your toolkits centered on play, as well as other strategies, and also personally through psychosocial undergirding, JDESET commits to partner with you or Native colleagues that you continue to do the work you have done pre-pandemic, during the pandemic, and even more so now as we enter the new post-pandemic reality. As we lay the path going forward with a clear direction of collaborative partnership for capacity building for the cause of the early childhood sector, which pivots, placing it intrinsically at the heart of Jamaicans' Vision 2030 for national advancement. Our language will not be that of I can't, but rather by faith that we will, for we must. Remember, referencing 2 Corinthians 4:7, that this treasure of our early childhood sector may seem encased in earthen vessels, beleaguered with challenges and difficulties, especially in light of the realities around the need for our boys to thrive, as so eloquently and powerfully presented yesterday. Know, though, that it is so the excellency of the power may be of God and not of us. Yes, we will, by faith, for we must. Littleness may abound, but talawaness abounds more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's excellent, excellent work there, Mrs. Gooden Baker. Talawaness, that's a new term we're getting there. I don't, maybe it's new to me, but it's very good. I want to highlight what Mrs. Salmon said earlier on. There's a link, we're gonna drop it in the chat in a little while. It's to ask for mentors in and across Jamaica. And I think this can be virtual too, if I'm not mistaken. But you can get in touch with the Jamaica Teaching Council. They need people to volunteer for mentorship in boys. So if you are 21 and older and you want to serve as a mentor, please contact them, the JTC. Okay, we want to acknowledge also the presence of a Catholic College of Mandeville President, Dr. Smith is on as well, and many others. We're going to highlight those in the program as we go on. I'm going to hand over back to my co-host here, Miss Belfon. Take us away.
Thank you, Dwayne.
Yes.
Thank you, and thank you, Mrs. Gooden Baker, and thank you for that commitment to partner with organizations, schools, and groups across the diaspora to build capacity in the early childhood, because this is what we hope will emerge from the conference. The conference has no purpose if all we do is talk, have a wonderful time, and then go away. We must be able, as Reverend Persad prayed for us yesterday, to bear fruit. So thank you for that commitment. We welcome now Mrs. Carolyn Clark Brown from the National Early Childhood Committee. She's the chair of that committee, which is part of the Jamaica Teachers Association. Mrs. Carolyn Clark Brown.
Thank you. Moderators, Dr. Dwayne Dice and Miss Joan Belfon, special invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, all good morning. It gives me great pleasure to bring you greetings on behalf of the Early Childhood Committee of the Jamaica Teachers Association. This morning, I would like to commend the Catholic College of Mandeville in collaboration with the Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network on hosting this virtual early childhood conference dubbed Boys to Men, Helping Boys to Thrive. This theme is quite fitting and timely as we witness the evolution of all things virtual, where play-field dominance and testosterone-filled locker rooms are replaced with virtual games and competitions. We all want to see our children thrive, more so our boys, who are more prone to the ill effects of the environment. The early childhood level presents the best opportunity and starting point to shape and develop the kind of boys who will not just continue as Steve Jobs or a Bill Gates for the future, but will also create opportunities for our boys to dream big and build those dreams. We want our boys to be the best version of themselves. After all, early childhood education is no small matter. As a matter of fact, it is a big deal. As you continue on your second day of what has been an awesome conference, I want to congratulate the team for leading this conversation around developing our boys into responsible and productive men. In a female-dominated sector, I could not help but notice the lineup of men on the program at an early childhood conference. It definitely is a good look. Colleagues all, in helping our boys to thrive, I urge you to also build on the mantra of every child can learn, every child must. In other words, every boy can learn and every boy must learn. Let us also embody the idea of no boy left behind. This conference is a great initiative, hosted at the right time and led by the right people. As we continue to unite and serve, the Early Child Committee of the Jamaica Teachers Association wholeheartedly applaud your efforts and support this bold and noble idea. Congratulations again, and all the best for day 2 of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Clark Brown. We really appreciate your endorsement and do hope that we will continue to work and partner with you in all our endeavors regarding education, particularly with the early childhood sector. We pause for a few minutes just to share some information about some of our partners and endorsers.
Hello everyone, I am so excited to share with you today on the course housekeeping and linen room attendant. Housekeeping is an operational, very important, very significant department within the hotel. It is responsible for cleanliness, maintenance, aesthetic upkeep of rooms, public area, back area, and its surroundings. Without the housekeeping department, we simply cannot have a hotel. I am so excited to be your teacher. I'm so excited to train you and to help you in becoming a responsible, successful citizen of Jamaica and the world at large. I'm looking forward to seeing you at the Catholic College of Mandeville. My name is Megan Leslie Gordon, your housekeeping lecturer.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
If you are just joining us, welcome again to day 2 of our 4th annual conference, looking this year at boys to men, the early childhood education. And as everybody keeps saying, it's no small matter, it is a big deal, helping our boys to thrive. And in this next segment, we get a chance not to talk about the boys or the young men, but to hear from them and to chair our Boys to Men Roundtable Reasoning session. I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Everton Tyndale, who is a graduate of the Master of Education program offered here at the Catholic College. He's a member of the undergrad faculty. He's also principal of the Porous Infant International. Did I get it right, Everton?
That is correct.
Thank you. So over to you, Everton, to chair the Boys to Men Roundtable Reasoning session.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Belfon, and I want to greet everyone who is a part of this forum. The Catholic College of Mandeville is up there, and we continue to say, all hail thee, O CCM, right, Dr. Dice? It was Dr. Christopher Clark in 2004 who said in his study, Jamaican Boys in School, it is important to understand how boys are socialized, and a specific component of the socialization is the expectation teachers have of them in school. So here we are talking about boys to men, helping boys to thrive. And with me today, I have Daniel Christian, who is an early childhood trained teacher at Denby Primary School. I also have Jovain Reed, language arts teacher at Kingston College, and Wayne Wedderburn, PE teacher and coach at Operation Restoration Christian Church. It's good to have you, gentlemen. And so this morning, we're going to talk about boys to men, helping boys to thrive. And we are going to hear their stories of how they have thrived. You know, I must say, it's my pleasure seeing Jovain. I had the privilege of baptizing Jovain over 10 years ago, right? So I knew him when he was a boy and now a man. And of course, he thrived, and I'm proud of that. So today, they're going to share with us the challenges they experienced growing up and how they fought through those challenges to be accomplished as they are today. Gentlemen, welcome. It's good to have you. So we're going to start with Mr. Daniel Christian. Talk to us.
All right, I must say good morning to you all, moderator, the special invited guests, the program directors, and I must hail up my former lecturer, Mrs. Gray, Lady Gray. I hail you this morning, and I must say that you are doing a tremendous job. One thing I must say about you, Mrs. Gray, you have always been an enthusiastic person, and you have kept it up over the years. All right, so you would have asked challenges. I must say, before I begin talking about my challenges, growing up in a rural community in Clarendon, there was nothing to need but a whole lot of things to want, meaning that all my basic needs were being satisfied, food, shelter, clothing. But other than that, we all have some other needs. We call them wants, but we can say they are other needs. Several things. Growing up, going to school, I remember I had to go home for lunch and all of that. I would have preferred staying at school and purchasing lunch, but that was not the case. The financial background wasn't there. But nevertheless, my parents were there. Both my parents were there, and they would have tried to nurture me in the way that they wanted a young boy to grow. I would have helped with the farm because my father and my mother, they are subsistent farmers. Yes, they reared animals, they grew crops, and I would have helped with that out as well. I remember the days when I had to leave school, not leave school part day though, because they were always firm that an education is the best way, the only way that we could get out of that situation we were in presently. So after school, I would have to go to the farm maybe to help with the harvesting of crops or to just transport it to where it needs to go to. But those things I realized they were there to help me to become a better person. And those are the things I'm cherishing now today. Um, Talking all the way through to leaving primary school and going on to high school, still there were challenges. I remember that I did not have as much as I would have wanted, like in terms of money going to school. But I went, I was sent, and I tried to do my best. Sometimes the limited resources, but guess what? With limited resources, I had to be creative. I had to be strategic. So what I would have done, some of my classmates, they have their textbook, yes, so they were not able to like master some of the things in their textbook, so I would get the opportunity to copy from their textbook, and they would get the opportunity for me to help them with their assignments. So it was a win-win situation there strategically. Yes, and also moving all the way to after leaving high school, I attended the Ebony Park Art Academy. Yes, I would have done well there. After leaving Ebony Park, I thought I was going to go to CASE. I applied to CASE, College of Agriculture, Science and Education, but there was a hurdle there. I applied for students loan. Yes, and I went there, and within that year, when I went there, this person, this representative told me that, okay, Mr. Christian, you have missed the train. I was asking, sir, what do you mean? You came late, and I left from Clarendon, and back in those days, it wasn't like we had a lot of transportation going to Kingston, and I reached Kingston at about 7:30, and I was late because persons would have slept there at the location on cardboards and so on. So I missed the train as what I was told. I was devastated. I felt so discouraged. I walked from Oxford Road and I went down to Crossroad, and I was thinking, what's next? What can I do next? Anyway, I did not allow that
Miss,
discouragement
I
to
just,
keep me down for too long.
Miss, I'm in an online conference.
I think that sounds like
You were
Dr.
supposed
Hickswell's story yesterday, similar to that. You can continue, Daniel.
Okay,
Continue.
okay, good. Yes, so I was devastated as a young man who wanted to do better. I wanted to leave that environment. There were not opportunities there for any young man who wanted to go further, who wanted to elevate himself, right? Right. So I wanted to elevate myself. And as I would have said before, not many opportunities are there for a young man who wants to uplift himself out of the situation he's currently in. And that is not only my story. That goes for a lot of young men in this island. There are not many opportunities in rural Jamaica. So I launched out. Didn't get through to go to college that year. No, but I wasn't daunted. I said, all right, it's the case. I have to live with it. I started working at the primary school as a salesperson in their tuck shop. On Fridays, I saw myself assisting the boys of the grade 7, 8, 9. It was an all-age school at that point in time. Yes, so I assisted them on Fridays with their studies. And moving from that, I still wanted to elevate myself. So I started working as a chef in a restaurant. I had no background knowledge about being a chef. No background knowledge. The only thing I used to chef up is my breakfast when I was at high school. Nothing else. Yes, but I went, I learned, and I cooperated with the other employees. And soon afterwards, I was given another position. I was working at the as a pump attendant. Shortly after that, I'm trying to move as quickly as possible, sir. Shortly after that, I was elevated to being a supervisor. I was supervising the restaurant. I was supervising the gas station. I was supervising the bar. I was supervising a hardware for that same employer. And moving all the way to 2011, I decided, okay, this is the year. I have to move. I have to move out.
I think we can safely say, Daniel, and I see
Yes,
somebody saying, I love your story. We can simply say that you have moved somehow from a nobody to a somebody. We see you
very well.
moving up the ladder. And, that's a wonderful story. And I'm going to ask Jovane to just pick up from there. We'll get back to you to just share his
Okay,
side of the story.
thank you.
Jovane, it's over to you. Thank God for where
Thank you
you
so
are
very
in
much.
terms of the classroom, and what you're doing in terms of, you've elevated yourself rather. And I see too that boys will be looking on at you and they too will remember your story and elevate themselves. Jovane?
Indeed. Thank you so very much, Reverend Tyndale. I must say I'm a fanatic when it comes to philosophies and quotes. And so I love generating them, are some of my own. And one that I would have generated in college was keep writing your stories so that one day you'll be able to tell them without any regrets or mistakes. I must say that Mr. Christian has really shared a very heartwarming story. And unlike Mr. Christian, I was not one to have both parents because actually my mom died when I was born. I had to endure the torture of being reminded constantly that I was the reason why my mom passed. I remember having to, first of all, my grandmother was the one who really raised me. And I must say that she has done a wonderful job because she taught me some principles and some lessons that have really helped me to morph into the individual that I am today. I remember having to go to the market with my grandmother to sell with her. And I remember saying to her quite explicitly, Grandma, I don't want to go on the road to sell. What if my friends see me? And she said to me, do not be ashamed of where you're coming from, because where you are going is much and far greater than where you are today. I never knew the importance or the significance behind that line until I started or I matriculated to Malgally High School. And I remember having so many challenges. Of course, I was suffocating academically. And many people never knew this because I was a very precocious individual, very mature in my ways. And I tell you, I remember my English teacher telling me specifically never to speak in public. I remember also saying to her, I wanted to become an English teacher. And she told me that that dream would not be actualized because of how horrifically I spoke. I started to practice, and I remember my going to reading classes from the 7th grade to the 11th grade. And many people really didn't know this because of how I presented myself. I remember my English teacher who would have gotten me in grade 11. She saw the potential and she saw that I could do great things. And what she did was she, on the day of graduation or before graduation, of course, she said to me, Giovanni, I want you to read the introductory speech to the guest speaker. At that point, I didn't know what to do. I was astonished because here I was thinking that I was the worst, thinking that I never had what it took or what it would take for me to excel. But here was one person who believed in me. Here was one person who wanted to see me strive. And I remember doing that speech, and ever since then, my teachers were like, wow, I couldn't believe that this was the Giovanni we met in grade 7. And how, in that short period of time, I would have made that transition from being
utterly incompetent to now being a star, I remember matriculating to Church Teachers College after failing my CSEC subjects. Actually, I failed English, failed literature, and thought to myself, what my teacher told me about never speaking in public and not becoming accomplished. I started to believe that, she was actually true. And it was when I remember going to IPAS Institute to do the resits. And I wrote for my English teacher for the very first time. And she said to me, English is not a subject that you can just write or scribble something down. She said to me, but let me tell you something, CXC is going to love you. And I said, what do you mean by that, miss? She said, because of the way in which you write. You write so impressively. I never thought that coming from a place where as I could not speak properly, coming from a place where I had reading challenges or I had a reading deficit, I could be writing a narrative piece that would be deemed impressive. I remember starting Church Teachers College, not knowing how I would pay my tuition. I sat in my first lecture and I remember my lecturer saying to me to introduce myself. And what was going through my mind at that particular moment was, how am I going to pay my tuition? And impressively and interestingly as well, my colleagues at the time never even knew this, because I hadn't really met a friend or any friends just yet. And I remember introducing myself, and when I did, my teacher said to me, I can tell that you attended one of those immaculate high schools. I can tell you might have attended Kingston College.
Javane, you have whet appetite. Daniel, you have done so, and we want more. We want more. And I'm expecting the books. Mrs. Gray, these are the things you don't see on the front page of the tabloid. You don't see these things. You hear about the crime and the violence. If you're just joining us, we're in the 2021 Virtual Early Childhood Conference of the Catholic College of Mandeville and the Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network. And we're speaking on the topic, Boys to Men, helping boys to thrive. We have before us Daniel Christian, Jovian Reed, and Wayne Wedderburn. And Wayne is going to speak. But before Wayne speaks, I want to just reemphasize and just say it again what Christopher Clark said. He said, it is important to understand how boys are socialized. And a specific component of the socialization is the expectation teachers have of them in schools. I hear what Jovelyn said about his English teacher. And as a teacher, I must have an expectation, a high expectation of every child that comes before me, because every child can learn, yes, and every child must. So at this time, I want to hand over to Wayne Wedderburn. Wayne, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me, and special thanks to the viewers watching. As it pertains to challenges, there is one quote that I live by. When facing difficult times, knowing that challenges are not sent to destroy you, but to promote and increase and strengthen you. I remember growing up in Chenstown, Rima, where we faced a lot of challenges as youth growing in the inner city, which everyone knows as ghetto, right? I was surrounded by violence where it was difficult for me at that time, which in fact, violence took my father away from me when I was 5 years old. At that time, it was really hard to accept but I didn't dismiss my emotions. I take my time to process while going through. It was hard for me knowing that it's just me and my mom alone and how we will provide necessary things for the home and things that I will need to go through school. My mom decided for us to survive and afford the needy things that I might need for school, we have to go downtown to sell beverage. You know, as a youth at 6, 8-year-old going downtown, selling stuff, I was ashamed because I didn't know what my friends would say about me. I didn't give up. I want to do this to help my mom. And I know the struggles that she has been going through. You know, and most importantly, I did have challenge with my high glass. My mom couldn't afford it. So that's the reason of me going to town to sell. And after getting my books and so forth like that, because it was really challenging for me to see in classrooms. And I was ashamed to go in front of the classroom because people will tease me, mock me, and saying that I'm blocking them. I know a lot of young men go through that process. But how did I overcome those challenges? I remain confident in me, going, ask teachers questions. They never neglected me. They accept me for who I am. But my friends and some family members was ones to tear me down, right? And I never give up. I still push through, and that empowers me into the person that I am today, that don't let anyone tell you that you can't do it. You try and be successful, because in ghetto, many person will say we are unsuccessful peoples, you know, but we all know we have successful people in the ghetto also. So
thank you for that, Wayne. Such a touching story. Dr. Dan Davis Smith, Mrs. Gray, I am looking and I'm seeing the magazine. I am seeing the art story coming out of this conference. You know, one of the persons who greeted us just now said that it was the Ms. Belfon who said, it's not a conference whereby you just come and talk. There must be some sort of action. And I'm expecting, you know, that the action, everything that we say here would be actionized in some way or the other. And I am looking at Catholic College, the beacon of hope, standing tall. And you know, you have your stories, gentlemen. You have your stories. And going back to Daniel, and Daniel, I'm just going to ask you to give a final word to our listeners out there and to boys who might be listening in. And the same thing goes for Jovain and Wayne. Just give your final word to the listeners out there and to boys probably they want to invest in a boy. You know, this whole mentorship program, this whole investment, this paying it forward. What do you have to say to our listeners? Daniel, over to you.
All right. So my final words. As a young man growing up, I always tried to not intentionally. This is just an innate quality of mine to impress people. I have impressed everyone I would have worked with. Those are my colleagues, my employers. So impress people everywhere you go. Don't be afraid to get your hands dirty. When I said get your hands dirty, doing tactile things, because as males, I think that we're tactile people. I would have gotten my hands dirty, and my story could go on and on, because I could tell you about my college life. but that there's not time for it. So get your hands dirty. Do what is necessary for you to succeed. If you think about the challenges, and this is my mantra now, and I'm working with it with my students now. If you look at the challenges you are facing on a day-to-day basis, you are not going to get anywhere. You have to focus on the possibilities, because each day comes with possibilities as well. Focus on the possibilities and you will be who you want to become. I thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for having me.
Thank you so much. Vivian?
I just want to say, there's a quote by Beverly Sills that says, "You might be disappointed if you fail, but doomed if you don't try." I think in everything or in every adversary that we go through and in every challenge that we may face, I think we ought to remain steadfast, remain resolute and resolve in your ways and in your move or approach towards success and accomplishment. I would also encourage every young man to really, before you give up on your dreams, think about the reason, the purpose that you would have had before dreaming, and allow that purpose and that reason to continue to make room for you and your accomplishments. It will not be easy. It definitely is not, but it is quite possible. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Wayne?
Yes, sir. I'm now attending the Michael Teachers College, where I'm pursuing my sporting instructions in one fitness. So yeah, I'm still working at my past school that I used to attend, working with youths to develop. Well, it's a special school for students, so I know their background and looking forward for emphasize on getting a scholarship to pursue my goals and to mentor these young men who are going through my challenges that I used to go through and could help them to move forward in life. So basically, thanks again for having me, and a special thanks to the viewers who watch and hear us all.
Thank you so very much, gentlemen. Daniel Christian, Jovain Reed, and Wayne Wedderburn. Boys to men, helping boys to thrive. Daniel said, I might have missed the first train, but here I am today. Jovain said, when facing difficulties, never stop writing your story. That's what Jovain said, never stop writing your story. And Wayne said, when faced with difficulties, train yourself to see the challenges as not anything to pull you down, but to make you stronger. I thank you so very much. And as I said, you have your stories and your stories will continue. We will continue to hear about you. Over to you now, Miss Belfon.
Thank you so much. Wow, I could listen to these stories all day. Don't disappear, gentlemen. I'm sure we have a couple questions. Opening, let me welcome Carleen Laghi and Esther White. Carleen Laghi is with the JDTAN and Mrs. Esther White is with the Catholic College of Mandeville. They are our Q&A monitors. Any questions for the gentlemen on the panel?
Good morning, everyone. There are a lot of comments. Okay, persons attending are astounded and proud of you, young men. They're really just expressing their disbelief or their pride in what it is that you have, what the stories. Okay, Leslie Ann Samuel is with us. She says, I am moved beyond words by the tenacity and resilience of these young men. Our part is to realize that our words and efforts of encouragement and support do matter. Okay, Marcella Taylor expresses, young men, you made my day. I am very proud of you all. Teachers need to be careful what we say and how we treat children who are entrusted in our care. They believed what we tell them. Okay. And it goes on. As I said, all beautiful comments and expressions of pride and gratitude and hope for these young men. Yanet Wholeness, praise for your strength. Victor Lynn Howden says, these are very touching stories and you guys are awesome. Okay. Basically that no questions, just express in the chat, in the Zoom, just expressions of wonder and pride and hope, and congratulations to the young men.
Very much, and I know it was so wonderful. We have been talking about you all the time, so it really is wonderful to hear you and hear your stories. I know that Dr. Diana Davis has a question or a comment.
Thank you very much, moderator, but I could not make the opportunity go without acknowledging it. You know, our decision to have inserted this dialogue within this conference is an excellent approach. And I wanted to publicly acknowledge you, gentlemen, that despite all the challenges that you went through early in your life, you did not allow that to hold you back. You use it as a pivot, and to come here to share your story, you know, unbridged, you know, not dressing up any aspect of it, is commendable. And Principal Tyndale, it has not escaped me, your mandate. And so, yes, I am saying to you that we will commit to an Education Matters magazine from Catholic College of Mandeville, and we will start it for January 2022. And I want to ask these gentlemen to be agreed, if they're so inclined, to have us share their stories, you know, praising your strength. Thank you.
Ms. Gray, I think I saw your hand up.
Okay, I sent a message to Mr. Tyndale to tell him that we are truly one in the spirit, because while he was talking about, while the young men were talking, I wrote down, they need to write a book titled Boys to Men 2021, Our Story. So we are on the same wavelength. I'm so impressed with Javane and Wayne and Daniel. Thank you, Daniel. And I'm going to throw this challenge to anyone listening, any corporate entity, Chase, whatever, a full scholarship for Wayne Wedderburn, a full scholarship for him.
I
We
agree.
all endorse that.
I
We all
agree.
endorse that. And I hope Chase, JDTAN, JDEF, all the letters of the alphabet, I hope everybody's listening, because these young men really deserve opportunities. And when you listen to their stories, you recognize that teachers can make or break students. If Javane wasn't persistent and had self-determination, words from his teachers could have crushed his spirit. So I celebrate your fortitude. And I think one of you said, focus on the possibilities. And I like that, never give up. So thank you so much for sharing your stories and for being beacons of light for other young men who might be struggling out there. Mr. Tyndale, you are still a young man, and I thank you very much for chairing the Boys to Men Roundtable Reasoning. I'm going to hand over now to my co-moderator, Dr. Dice, to introduce our next presenter. Thank you, Jovan. Thank you, Wayne. Thank you, Daniel.
I want to add my own thank you to every one of them, and Pastor Tyndale, excellent moderating of that section there. And you know, it collectively we have our stories in there. In their story, we share our story too, and I'm super proud of them. The forward thinking that they have in terms of not looking at the past, but look at where you're going. is very profound, and I wish others out there would listen to their story and allow their story to inspire the personal stories of people. It's very, very inspiring. And I agree, totally agree that we need to have something on paper for people to reflect on. Our next presenter is Deacon Ronald Thwaites. And Deacon Ronnie has been around for a while, contributing to this part of the education system and people. I'm wondering if he's on already or we're going to.
He will be on shortly, just in a few minutes.
Okay, so I'm gonna do his introduction, and I think he's many people across Jamaica and in and around, we globally have recognized him as one of the best contributors to education. He has done his fair share with talk shows and in the education sector, primarily among young people, influencing them to do better with their lives and also giving back to society. So he has done his fair share. He's also as a deacon in the Catholic Church. So not only education, but also spiritually, he's contributing to the lives of people. So Deacon Ronald Thwaites was educated at St. George's College in Kingston. He was awarded the Jamaica Scholarship to Cornell University, and later he also was awarded the Rhodes Scholarship to Oxford University. He is an attorney at law, journalist, a farmer. I didn't know he was a farmer. So he's a farmer also, and a minister of religion. He served as member of parliament for Central Kingston since 1997 and was a minister of education between the years 2012 and 2016. He is married with 7 children. So we are awaiting the presence of Deacon Ronnie Thwaites to give us his take on the conference. And his topic is establishing young boys' spirituality, a catalyst for holistic development, late starters. So we're going to hear from him talking about the spiritual aspect of boys. Deacon Ronnie, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a long while.
Welcome. Thank you very much for having me.
Yes, I'm going to hand over to you so you can pick up from here.
Good morning, everyone. I was asked to say a few words about establishing young boys' spirituality, a catalyst for holistic development. And I'm grateful for the opportunity. I start with a principle. My own view is that the developmental deficit in countries like Jamaica, and certainly in Jamaica, derive not so much from a want of money or even the weakness of our academic qualifications, but because of the deficit in social capital. By that we mean, of course, the values, the habits, the behavior, the humaneness of our people. All of those attributes are in fact in the realm of the spiritual, of the religious, and of particular emphasis to those who share the conviction that each one of us, from whatever origin, is made in the image and likeness of God. This morning, in preparing to say a few words, I remembered the story in the gospel of the huge crowd that assembled around Jesus and who were hungry, and who the disciples despaired of finding enough resources to be able to feed. And then there was a little boy, remember? And the little boy had some fish and a little bit of bread. And it was those elements which were taken from him, and by God's grace and Jesus's power, multiplied to feed 5,000 and leave over 12 baskets of food. And I meditated and asked you to join me. What did that little boy feel when he provided the agency for that great miracle? How do you think he felt? We don't know anything more about him, but then we can intuit, can't we, of the tremendous significance that he felt for himself. He didn't multiply the loaves and fishes, but he saw who did, and he provided the wherewithal for that to happen. This is important because that little boy is the talisman of worth, establishing the worth of his person, and the purpose, the good purpose for which he could participate, in which he could live. I had an incident recently, which is personal, but makes the same point. The bishop came for dinner at my home, and in my family, there are lots and lots of grandchildren. And so when it was time to eat, we asked the bishop to say grace. And he said, no, let the little ones say grace. And you should have seen the faces of the 4-year-olds, the 8-year-olds, and the 10-year-olds as they were asked to pray, as they were asked to bless food, as they were taken out of their normal routine of play and consumption and asked to reach out to God in thanksgiving. The point I'm making is that the spirituality of our young boys has a lot to do with their sense of purpose and our regard for their humanity and therefore of their divinity. In this short presentation, can we recognize that the prime task of those interested in spiritual welfare and in the upliftment of our people to their full potential, that the prime task is to rebuild the identity, particularly of our boy children. The reality of our life is that for the majority of our young boys, their lives are subject to cruelty, to disrespect, often negative peer pressure, and certainly unequal educational opportunities. I refer you to the work of important anthropological work of the late former Prime Minister Edward Seaga, who pointed this out so sharply and starkly in his academic work. The inadequacy of poverty and the realistically low aspirations that young boys growing up into adolescence have of themselves, given the circumstances of their ascription and of their material provision. If we want to establish a hearty spirituality among our young boys as a catalyst for holistic development, there are some very practical things we have to do. Because if we correctly analyze what is denied many of our young boys, and I haven't certainly identified all, what are they left with? They're left with that which is physical, their physical strength and prowess, the advantage that is taken of them and the advantage that they take advantage of others. Their sexual prowess becomes the centerpiece of life because it has no construct outside of that, no sense of worth, no purpose, such as the little boy with the loaves and fishes, or my young grandchildren who felt a sense of pride and dignity and worth by being asked to say the family grace, even in the presence of a high spiritual person like the bishop. I ask us in our meditation on what it will take to establish young boys' spirituality, especially those who develop late or who are left behind. The first thing that any young person needs, particularly a boy, is to have a strong male figure with whom he can relate. After years and years of effort, and I do speak personally about this, we still make no provision in our law that a child's father, a boy's father, should be identified and his name placed on the child's birth certificate. Do you know that the latest survey of living conditions that I have consulted indicates that over 40% of our children, half of them easily boys, do not know their father, or if they know him, have no effective relationship with him? How can you expect spirituality, which recognizes God as our Father, to be inculcated positively in circumstances where the child's life is bereft of a male presence? Oh, and please don't tell me that, oh, I didn't know my father and I'm okay. That's the exception, God bless you. But that cannot be excused and made the norm, you know? And therefore, those of us who are concerned with holistic development in our society have to insist on the reverence, the cherish the legal status of fathers. And where fathers, for whatever good reason, are not available in a child's life, and that can't be a capricious situation, then the importance of mentoring is of great significance. I listened yesterday to your guest speaker, Mr. Gabriel, speak shortly about a program for mentoring, which he seems to know is being envisaged by the Ministry of Education. Well, I don't know that that's real yet. I hope it will be. But that clearly is a ministry and a mission for adults, particularly adults who are members of a faith community, to offer mentorship in our school. Do you know what a difference it would be, for example, if simply you had a strong, non-predatory, I emphasize, male presence that was available just there to engage our school children? You don't have to teach anything. You just have to be present. You have to be available. You have to become a friend. You have to become a mentor, a monitor, and in some respects, a disciplinarian in the best sense of that. And so there's tremendous opportunity and need in this regard. We have to establish fathers if we want young boys to grow in the manner of holistic development. Spiritual fathers and natural fathers. Deacons, priests, ministers of religion, baby mothers, fathers, grandparents need to come out of the comfort of their homes and their rectories, wherever, and pay attention to the schools. The teachers alone cannot do it. They are preoccupied. Go there for the simple task, the vital task of engaging young boys by your presence. Let your holiness, simple, joyous, exude, and it will build their spirituality. The physical touch, the healthy interaction of the flesh, not the predatory ones that we are so regretful and amazed and astounded at. One of the things that used to surprise me when I served as a political representative, this was principally for women, among women, but the young girls who I gave a hug, this was the first time for many of them that any man had wanted to embrace them without some ulterior sexual motive. And yet the sense of touch, particularly when you're growing up, for boys as well as girls, but for boys particularly, since their interaction with physical touch is usually abrasive and cruel, how much difference that can mean. Can we provide opportunities of this and understand that God has given us of the fulsomeness, the breadth of our natures in order to help us to develop? If we want to establish young boys' spirituality, right now we have an urgent imperative. We have to get our boys back into school now. there can be no delay. The detriment, the fallback that has taken place over the last 20 months, where idleness has become normative, where teaching and learning have been sporadic at best, and where other deficiencies normally catered for in the school situation have been absent. This has to be remedied as quickly as possible, not just to get them back to school or that is primary, but also to undertake the remedial work that is required to make up a deficit which cannot be ignored. There's another element to that. If we are Christians or we're humane people, are we going to continue to graduate illiterates from our schools and consider this to be an or nothing, something we can do better than? And what about feeding them? Is it beyond the resources of any community where a school is placed, in a nation that supports education as the only legitimate avenue for upward mobility and for holistic development? Is it impossible for us to feed our children? Do you know that by the last statistic that I have, over 30% of our children come to school hungry every day? Some 40% of them don't do homework because there is no place, there is no discipline, there is no order whereby they can do this. These are issues that may appear very mundane, but they inure to the spirituality. We are whole beings, human and divine. And therefore, we have to attend and provide the proper context within which young boys particularly can engage. I'm going to be controversial purposely now, because I believe that when you go to school and when young boys from early ages, the child labor is not to be countenanced, but teaching a young boy to work, to do something, to clean up after himself, to ensure that at school, I mean, no ill against ancillary workers in school, but the children in the school ought to be the ones responsible, learning the techniques and the responsibility of keeping their schools clean. I believe there should be less holidays, because unfortunately we know, science tells us, that you can lose the effect of one whole year's grade of school by enforced idleness or casual idleness over a period of 3 to 4 months. Consider what the situation is now. And so, spirituality among young boys is going to require a strong emphasis on routines and activities, the presence of order and affection in home and schoolyard. It's going to mean pointing out the lost sheep rather than ignoring them and putting them on the treadmill of social promotion every year, whether or not they have achieved any standards from the previous grade. It means making sure that more than the 28% estimate of young boys who go to Sunday school or Sabbath school is increased. Yes? Whatever the deficiencies of the formal schoolroom, the Sunday school or the Sabbath school, the religious school is of great importance. Not there to be schooled just in doctrine and in elements of scripture, vital though they are, but rather to be taught stories of goodness to rebuild the identity of our children. This presentation has noted a number of things that we ought to do. I want to end on a hopeful, indeed a salvific note. Through my experience in the inner city of Kingston, I have come into contact with so many young men who, deprived of many of the amenities and the education that we have been talking about, the conditions of life, nonetheless show a deep, innate spirituality. I want to tell you about the firemen, the young boys thought of by many, including the police, as predators. Some of them perhaps have records against the law, living in the most desperate situations of poverty. But when there is a fire, as we have had so many in the area of central Kingston, they come and they rescue and they risk their lives. I remember when the Missionaries of the Poor home for the elderly burnt about 2 years ago. There was no fireman in uniform on the spot for a long time, but it was the young men of the area who came and took out the elderly, who saved, didn't try to steal the resources of that place as it burned. There is balm in Gilead. This is to be placed against the barbarity that we hear of in the trial of the gang in Kingston now. It is to be placed against the aberration of tragic proportions of the church, so-called church in Montego Bay. What it does is to indicate the innate goodness of our people and of our children and of humanity and the presence of God in the midst of us. It was Jesus who, when the disciples, like the rest of us, so often in our daily life, unconsciously, saw him being surrounded by the children. And they were the ones who, just as we do sometimes, who say, come on, you have more important things to do. You have a meeting to go to, you have a party to attend, you have to do something for yourself. Yes, they would have hustled him on. And he said, no, don't despise these, don't move away from them. These children, these boys, in his time, as well as in our time, our year of grace in Jamaica, suffer the little children to come unto me, because like these are many in the kingdom of heaven. Towards these objectives, recognizing the truth and the difficulties of our times, but nonetheless full of divine hope and practical application of our faith, we commend the task of establishing young boys' spirituality, and for that to be a catalyst for holistic development. Thank you.
Thank you, Deacon Thwaites. Very deep, profound in words you have there for all of us in the conference. I want to, before we ask you any questions, I want to highlight some of your points that you have made here. Spirituality, you said, has to do with the sense of purpose for these young men. Rebuilding their identity is important. They're subjected to the high level of disrespect from their little coming up, and it seems as if many of them have not recovered from that. And so in order to make changes, we have to reestablish young boys' spirituality. And you talk about their strength, their physical strength, and a sense of dignity really needs to be accomplished. We need role models, establishing fathers. This is really, really good to reestablish fatherhood in men as they grow up to become fathers. And we need to start with the education of boys, and you touch on religious upbringing as well in churches or mosques or wherever they worship. I have a question before we go over to the question and answer section. Deacon, do you think it's becoming worse, or do you see change on the horizon for these young men and for fathers, the upcoming fathers?
I hope so. Come with me to the parade in downtown Kingston at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning on a school day, and watch the men with the little child on the crossbar of their bicycles, or tugging them across the road, or having them in their arms. I believe that these are good signs and increasing signs. But I object to the bent of popular culture that often encourages behavior in the opposite direction. When Vibes Cartel, who is very popular, can broadcast to the world how proud he is that his 15-year-old son, Ghetto Youth, impregnates a girl, yes, then that is something that people of goodwill have to say, no, that is not the right way. We welcome the new life.
You have to watch the time.
But you can't do that. I believe that there is legal and social pressure that needs to be brought that could considerably improve the conditions in which young boys are brought up. and their spirituality affirmed.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let me go over because we're watching the time also. Mrs. White, I know you're watching the chat in YouTube. Do you have any question or comments?
Okay, good morning, everyone. Indeed, a powerful presentation, Deacon Fritz. I have no question, but I will tell you what persons are saying. That Jennifer France says, a child shall lead them. And we have Marcella Taylor who says, most homes are lacking a male figure. Boys need positive male figures in their lives to emulate positive behavior, and females can do so much and no more. Carlene agrees with her, absolute true, Sir Thwaites. Carlene also says, total agreement, Marcella Taylor. That is why the need for positive role models in school, especially from the male. Lorraine Basco says spiritually is paramount. God has to be the center of lives. Lesbian Samuel says we seem, however, to have embraced more this separation of church and state. What are your thoughts on this separation and how might we reinsert it? So this is a first question from Lesbian. Shari and Stewart, the morals of society is not what it used to be, sadly. And Anicia Mullins says, fathers are neglecting their roles. This is impacting the boys negatively. And finally, Janet Holness says, some words of encouragement. Let us keep the hope of our young men alive. Interacting with males give me the drive to continue teaching. The scripture says, young men, I call upon you because you're strong. And the final one here, comment, is from Veronica Powell. She asserts it's imperative that we teach our boys to love themselves. So okay. These are the comments. So I will allow you to answer Miss Leslie and Samuel's question. Let me.
Could you repeat the question?
Yes,
So
yes, I'm about to do that. Yes, I'm about to do that. We seem, however, to have embraced more than the separation of church and state. And the question is, what are your thoughts on this separation, Hannah? How might we reinsert that connection? That's your question.
Thank you. Thank you, Leslie Ann. We're very fortunate in Jamaica, you know. There are no barriers to the insertion of moral principles, indeed of religious preferences in our education system. In many countries, you can't call the name of God in a public school. We have no such restriction. What we have is a default of many of us who believe that this is of little or diminishing importance. And I go back to the first principle that I outlined, that it is the deficit of social capital. It is the removal of the strong training in values, attitudes, religious principles, humane behavior, or all of them converge, that is holding us back. Why is it that the only place that we have a straight line formed in Jamaica is before the betting shop? That's just a simple a factor. Why do we have 20% absenteeism in school any given day and do very little about it? Why is it that we still separate our schools, as some others have described it, to those which produce and those which we allow to have consistent failure? The church is not going to, or ought not to become the government, but the influence of the church and people of goodwill who may not be attached to any church, but have strong, humane civic principles. We have tremendous leeway in this country by comparison to many others. And it is for us to exercise it, to understand the nature and extent of the problem. And it is because of that that I commend the proceedings that you are undertaking over these 2 days.
Okay, it's very good take from you, Deacon. Do you have any policies that you think that because you have been in government for a very long time, do you see any policies that are developing or coming through so we can lead from the top down in terms of the society, yes, but in school, like the education system?
Yes, I do. I think that there's some basic principles, basic things that we have to do. Maybe we thought we had achieved them. Isn't it wonderful? Jamaica has a place for every child in school from age 3 right through now to age 18. That is a jewel of great worth. But 20% of our children are absent every day. Why are they? And we take it for granted. If you miss 1/5 of your schooling at any one time, how are you going to do well, please? So simple things like absenteeism, curbing that, punctuality, yes. These are important elements. The emphasis, for me, at the early childhood level, I support what public policy is doing, but I insist that there is a huge role for communities, for churches, for alumni associations to concentrate upon the social virtues. Children need to be taught what are the criteria of respect for themselves as well as for others. How I have found out that in the education system, we're so exam conscious and obsessed that we don't pay enough emphasis to correcting and establishing the basic standards of conduct between boys and girls, for example, so that they don't become predators of each other or cynical about the opposite sex. We're terribly confused about sex education, you know.
Yes.
And fundamentally, the principle of respect, of dignity, so that you don't have to bleach, you don't have to wear your pants around your knees. All of these things are learned habits, which people of goodwill, properly informed, understanding, wholesome life, need to be in a position to put forward. Government will not stand in your way. They cannot initiate much. Change from the top is very difficult, let me tell you. A rising of consciousness and of intervention at the bottom will work.
Yes. Yes, I hope people are listening. I hope so. Deacon, you mentioned this is probably the final question. You mentioned the alumni association. So I'm thinking diaspora movements and so on. What is your take on the relationship with diaspora? You know, how far can they go in order to influence the change that we want?
The influence and engagement of alumni associations is one of the most critical elements of change and of upliftment in our education system. And it can inure to mature spiritual development and holistic growth. We tend to think of the alumni in the diaspora as Santa Claus or as boops. Surely what they can contribute to the schools by way of facilities and money is very important. But far more than that, they must insist that the tone, the discipline, the excellence of the school be uplifted by their participation, however far away they are. I believe that the alumni associations deserve greater representation on school boards. And I believe that the diaspora associations of Jamaica, of alumni of Jamaican schools, deserve a settled place, for example, on the National Council of Education to advise any minister, and a notion of active participation and of respect for them as being as much Jamaicans as those of us who live on the rock.
Yes, I totally agree with you. And Leslie and Samuel, you know of, is the president for UJA. She's listening, and I'm sure she will agree with you as well as other diaspora groups. Totally agree with you, Deacon. We hope to have the conversation going and some practical means to influence our young boys. Because I'm coming from that place too, where I had to get influence from outside, even outside of my own family, to develop my own skills. Continue doing what you're doing, Deacon. We will keep the conversation going and involve you as much as possible in what we're doing. Okay.
Yeah, let me join my co-moderator in thanking Deacon Thwaites for bringing into the conversation the spiritual element, the spiritual support needed by our boys. Well, all our children really, but as we're focusing on our boys. And if you notice, a spinal thread running through all the conversation is the need for and the role of fathers. It keeps coming back to the role of fathers. And Deacon Thwaites mentioned that at least 40% of boys, of children, don't know their fathers. So you have a lot of birth certificates without the father's name on it. So I think we have to begin looking, as Jasper Gabriel said yesterday, at the social and cultural aspect of how we negate certain things that provide positive foundations for our children. And yesterday, Blacker Ellis talked about the need for the ritual, which includes a spiritual element, because when they don't have any other foundation, the males rely on two things for identity. Their sexual prowess, that's where they get their name and their fame and their whatever. And they get big up because they have a lot of girls and that kind of stuff. Or their physical strength, how they could fight, who they could beat. So without the other aspects of their transition from boy to man, that's all they have. So that element that I'm pulling from Deacon Thwaites' presentation, rebuilding the identity of boys, is really, really a critical element that we need to pick up the minute this conversation and conference ends, and begin creating some projects where we can help our boys transition into men. Thank you so much, and thank you, Dwayne. Our next speaker should be Dr. Herbert Gayle, who I think is in motion in a car driving to where he will do his presentation. So we're gonna run a couple promos. So just to remind you of some of our partners and some of the things that both the Catholic College and JDTAN are engaged in. And then we come back and hopefully Dr. Gayle will be with us and we can introduce him and continue the conversation. We okay with that, Dwayne? That sounds like a plan?
Sounds like a really good plan. But it's really awesome, some highlights that are in the conference so far. And as we said, we're hoping that some of this will become very practical moving forward, because we have had the conversation over and over every year to get some change, purposeful change occur. And we're back at the table again. So we're hoping to push forward with some practical means.
Right, and Deacon Thwaites, in response to one of your questions, he was saying that change from the top is difficult, and we know that. Sometimes it needs a revolution from the ground, you know? So some of us on the ground really have to start maybe the ball rolling and let it filter up.
Yes.
because they have their own agendas at the top, and it's difficult for us to get these critical agendas on the national level.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so we go to a couple promos now.
Totally.
I'm Dr. Ira Roche, founder and senior pastor of the City of Refuge Church, award-winning actor and certified life coach, trainer, and speaker of the Les Brown Unlimited team. The motivational book entitled Daddy Knows Best, What a Young Man Needs from Dad, is a guide for fathers in the lives of their sons. I want to show absentee fathers that their presence is needed and appreciated in the home. In addition, I want to show sons that there are great fathers, whether biological or adopted, that want to provide a stable environment for them. Showing up is key in the lives of young men. Our 3-hour workshops have been created for all fathers of all ages. With this hands-on approach, the participants gain new skills they can begin to use immediately for positive results and growth. After the workshop, the participants are encouraged to join our private Facebook group to network and share challenges and growth with others in a safe space. Contact me to schedule your organization's Daddy Knows Best workshop to enhance your life by design, because life should always include love, information, fun, energy, and positive emotions. I can be reached at www.driraroche3.com or my email at ira.inspires@gmail.com.
Every child is one caring adult away from being a success story. Joship. It was fortuitous that the Jamaica Teaching Council was established in 2008 with a mandate to enable and sustain a quality teaching profession, a profession that is geared to realize the mantra of Jamaica: every child can learn, every child must learn. Boys mentorship is a process of pairing adults with young boys to improve their well-being by being a role model that can guide them academically, socially, and personally. The general objective is to build a mentorship program for schoolboys such that they have a context in which they can access psychosocial support and acquire competencies for livelihood. The program is designed to build mentoring support for boys in the education system. It encompasses 3 areas: entrepreneurship, peer-to-peer mentoring, and the pairing of adults with young male students. Let's empower our boys to shine like stars. We should start mentoring them as early as the infant level. In its initial review of the performance of students, it was revealed that the gravity of the issue of the performance of boys cannot be overlooked. The concerns for the underperformance of these boys have been expressed island-wide. The results of various formal examinations provide evidence that the education of boys is in crisis. Teachers in various fora expressed their frustrations as their efforts to educate boys did not show the desired outcomes, but they never stopped trying. Our hardworking, excellent teachers in Jamaica continue to experiment with various strategies to assist boys to give meaning to their education. Thank you, teachers. The Jamaica Teaching Council is committed to supporting you to raise the achievement levels of boys so that they all can become productive citizens. Denzel Washington stated, "Show me a successful individual, and I'll show you someone who had real positive influences in his or her life. I don't care what you do for a living. If you do it well, I'm sure there was someone cheering you on or showing you the way. We call them mentors." Let's take a 7-year ride in our time machine. Sorry, you will not get a chance to take a nap because 7 years pass really fast. The Advancing the Education of Boys program was launched in the national arena as part of the National Forum for Innovations in Teaching in October 2014. The Jamaica Teaching Council was clear that the intention was not and is not to compare boys with girls. The underpinning goal of the program is to create equity in teaching and learning to improve the achievement levels of boys. Let these boys have fun, learning whatever subject is being taught. So, where are we now? The Mentors Association of Jamaica was founded in April 2021 under the umbrella of the Mentorship Unit of the Jamaica Teaching Council. Its underpinning goal is to provide mentors and mentees with opportunities for professional growth and development through collegial support, reflective practice, and collaborative learning. The association's aim is to assist in the professional development of beginning teachers in their first year of practice, educators who are experiencing pedagogical challenges, and to enhance the Boys Mentorship Program. The challenge of finding professional males who are willing and able to volunteer is real, but the team is not daunted. We continue the dialogue to find solutions. The MAJ board is committed to the elevation of the profession. If we don't, who will? It is important to the Jamaica Teaching Council to screen effective prospective mentors to determine if they have values, attitudes, commitment, knowledge, and experiences to help mentees develop healthy identities and personal qualities. We're therefore inviting men of integrity whose values and attitudes are worth emulating and who are committed to spending at least 30 minutes each week with their mentees. Organizations with the expertise and resources, collaborate with us. Getting the most out of life isn't about how much you keep for yourself, but how much you pour into others. David Stoddard. Let's create the Jamaica we want by investing in our boys. Approximately 2,000 boys are incarcerated each year, and these are the ones caught by the law. Minister Chang on September 22, 2021 said, on average, 40% of all known murder offenders in Jamaica are young boys aged 15 to 24. Let's change the news headline. Help us to guide our boys and sign up today. A mentor provides a person with a future that they don't see. It enables them to believe in what cannot be obtained. Input the URL in your browser and complete the form. A team member at the Jamaica Teaching Council will contact you.
Welcome back. I hope you are not just joining us because you have really missed some wonderful conversations with our young men in the roundtable reasoning and from Deacon Thwaites looking at spirituality of young men, of boys, males in general. Our next speaker, Dr. Herbert Samuel Gayle, is a trained social anthropologist specializing in social violence, gangs, murder, suicide, repeat killers, domestic violence, among others. Dr. Gayle has worked across the Caribbean, Central America, Europe, USA, and Asia, living with and studying youth gangs and criminal organizations, and has impacted policies to reduce social violence in 3 Caribbean countries. Dr. Gayle's work is well known, and he has conducted over 70 studies, published several books and articles, including the recently launched work on males in tertiary education in Jamaica. In addition to his intensive work with males, Dr. Gayle also works with women and has been a strategist for women in government in 3 countries. To share some practical solutions to the impact of trauma and poverty on boys' learning experience, please welcome Dr. Herbert Gayle.
All right, let me say good morning, everyone. And I'm going to ask to share screen. I want to just share some material with you. Thank you.
Go ahead. Just click on share screen. You should be fine.
Let me make this as large as possible. All right, so this morning I want to talk to you for what we would say a few minutes in Jamaica on, the adverse childhood experiences of poor boys. So these are rural poor and inner city boys and their education crisis. And, we always ask the question, are you ready to save them? Because quite often I find that there is an easy discussion on doing things, but we live in a space where there's a lot of talk, but not too much action. And therefore, that is why I always have the audacity to ask if we're ready to do something. So we live in an extremely violent space called Jamaica. It's a country that is going through immense political transition, characterized by bad approaches and policies. In fact, in the entire LAC, it is extremely difficult to find 10 policies that have gone well for men. And you should check for yourself to see if I'm exaggerating, if there's been 10 policies that have actually helped men in the entire LAC, young men that is. So let's quickly look at this principle that we have been working on called ontological security, which means having a sense of future. Now, in 2001, what happened is that at SOAS, a group of us came together. We had an assignment, and the 17 of us studying violence came from 11 countries, and we were asked to interview young people all across the LAC and beyond. And we came up with 127 countries, and we wanted to find out something very simple. What are the basic things that a young man, and by extension, young women too, don't underestimate that, would need to be stable? And we found 4 things: food, a safe environment, supportive parents and community, and education and training. Now, I want you to understand by not looking at my data, and I've always begged people to be very skeptical. Everything you hear, go and check. Don't just believe. All right. In fact, just this week, I was joking with my students, says, if you're a believer, you may end up with Kevin Smith. Right. So I want you to check on these things. The 2014 survey of living conditions, you can look at other data, will show that boys are 2.7 times more likely to be underweight in Jamaica than girls. In fact, 8.8% of boys birth to 5 years old in Jamaica are underweight, compared to 3.3% for girls. And if you look at their lives later in Montego Bay, in Kingston, in Spanish Town, in any of the centers where there's extreme poverty and violence, you'll see that boys are 2.5 times more likely to be carrying the economic burden of their family, even while being a child. That is very much not some environment in which they feel safe. In terms of food security, let's look at safety, physical safety, and we'll come back to that. But one of the things I have to point out very quickly as we move along is that while we're having all this massive discussion about Black Lives Matter, the Jamaican police kills 13 times more per capita than the US police. And that's interesting for us to note. And we, of course, supportive parents, but please bear in mind that in the most violent communities, 37% of children have no father because they're dead, compared to 15% of mothers. And also bear in mind that if a father is extra residential, he will 3 times more likely go and visit and protect his daughter than if he had a son. It is mothers who actually make the extra mile and the extra energy to ensure that their sons are safe. But of course, we know the disadvantage there with mothers being protectors. And finally, education and training, which we'll come back to. Now, let's take GBV, that area that everybody seemed to have a problem defining. Let me just define this very quickly. Gender-based violence actually means all violence that occurs to a group of persons based on their gender, That's what it means. And it means, therefore, it includes social violence plus the state's violence against a specific group if it does. And when you calculate the data for Jamaica, you'll see that 80% of everybody who gets killed in Jamaica are men between age 18 and 69. The second largest group are boys. Boys. This is the message I've been trying to pass on to people, even while they can't listen because they too are campaigning. 9.1% of people who die in this country violently are boys, compared to 7.8% of women aged 18 to 69. The next group is males, 70 and above, and then girls, and then females. So let's go. And then, of course, you have sexual violence. And this is an area where people seem to misunderstand. Now, females suffer from every form of sexual violence more than males in a ratio of 1 to 4 on average. But we also have to look at that exception, U16 sex. It means persons who are having sex under the age of 16, which actually is illegal. And in much of the cases of persons who are having sex under the age of 16, they are coerced. So in Jamaica, the data of male U16 sex range from 49% in 2008 to 64% in our new study. In the preliminary, 42% of boys' first sex is with an adult, and 2/3 of them regret the incident. So quite often people will say to me, Dr. Gayle, but the boys enjoyed it. Wow, only boys have feelings. Have you ever listened to the garbage that comes out of people's mouth as they try to defend gendered statements and gendered biases? But the boys enjoyed it. No, the data show that 2/3 of them are regretting it all the way through adulthood. And 23% of the girls of the females they had first sex with would have been over 21, while they were 15 at most. Females, unlike males, have had tremendous strides. If you look at the 2016 Women's Health Survey, showing 14% of U16 sex for females. And 33% of females who have U16 sex were forced. 20% of boys who have U16 sex were forced. The gap is not so big anymore as we've been thinking. And by the way, 2% of boys who've had U16 sex have had their first sex with a cousin or their aunt. 2%, that's 1 of 50. Let's go. So if you look at the national figures, you see something very quickly. This is the idea of parental presence. And I'm taking you through some of the most cruel, the cruelest rather, myths we have about parenting in Jamaica that have absolutely nothing to do with the data collected by Statin. Just absolutely nothing, non-existent. So if you look closely, one of the first things you'll see is that the national figures show that 42% of children in Jamaica have a father, compared to 82% of children having a mother. When you go to the inner city where I spend so much of my life, you'll see that the 42% of fathers dropped to 21%, and the mothers dropped from 82 to 43%. The discussion you hear, ranging from one of my senior colleagues who's gone long ago, Edith Clark, but she's an anthropologist, so big up Edith Clark, right? If you look at this idea of my mother who fathered me that has stayed in the propaganda framework of our country and academia, you'll see that people are actually thinking that the fathers dropped from 42 to 21, but the mothers remained. And I ask a question of common sense. Who actually remains in an inner city if they can get the chance to go? Please. And who's having a revolution in education? Is it the men? How is it then possible? In fact, how is it infinitesimally possible that the men's proportion dropped to 21%, but the women's own stay? So if you look at persons who've killed, if you look at the men in my data set, you'll see something very dramatic. What you'll see is that when it comes to boys who kill, when it comes to boys who've had horrendous ACs, you will see that there is an issue with their mothers. So for boys who of the inner city who kill, what you notice here, look right there, 43 drops to 21, 21 drops to 17. So the number one family presence, family form of a boy who has killed someone is that he has no real parent, no strong parent structure. Quite often living with grandma, living with a neighbor, and so forth. So they're basically on their own. They're not just fatherless, they're also motherless. They are parentless. And if you look at the girls, the 54 girls I have in my data set who've killed someone, you'll see that they have a father problem rather than a mother problem. I hope we're learning. So we've had a situation where we've tried to compare boys who've been shielded by their families and boys who are high risk. And the first things you pick up is that when boys belong to a crime family, which we've been trying to get people to work on, those families that you know, the grandfather was a gunman, the father was a gunman, you expect the boy having a 25% chance of becoming a gunman. If we could break up those type of families and adopt those boys, we would be beginning to solve things. Why? Because they're 17.3 times more likely to be involved, to be a high risk male, meaning kill someone or having been stabbed or have suffered immensely from violence. And torture is second. Desperate hunger is third. Intimate partner violence, watching mother and father fight, or father battering mother or mother battering father, and by the way, these things occur, is next. Dropping out of school and economic burden is next. Now I want you to go to Montego Bay with me. We're going to be looking at the green. We're going to be following the green. Many of us here are very concerned about what happens in Montego Bay. And I want to point out something to you, that as we do the studies in Montego Bay with over 700 young people, what do we find? Even before we compare them to Spanish Town and others, over a quarter of these boys are food insecure. Look at the females, right? Half the females, so there's a 2-to-1 ratio. Hungry full time, look at that, 15%. That's 1 of 6. And for females, 6%. Males who are suicidal, no, they are not suicidal. What they feel is anger towards others because they are not, they don't have the social training or the cultural reference point of lots of suicide. Let's go. So what we've done is we've worked out what is called an index. All right, we've worked with an ontological security index, and we've divided the young boys we work with into 5 groups. Those that are shielded, like the way I grew up in Savile-Lamar, where you really couldn't touch me because everybody says, please protect the nerd. Okay, those that are exposed to low levels of violence, those that are exposed to medium levels of violence, and then the 2 groups who have killed someone. So a high violence young person is a person who's killed someone, and a shutter is one who's killed repeatedly. And please look at what we've seen for chronic hunger. Only 10% of shielded boys explain that they've experienced chronic hunger, compared, watch the figures, to shutters who more than a half of them have always been hungry. Now, if we look at the economic burden, one of the first things you'll see, again, look at Montego Bay, where we've seen the worst crisis in Jamaica. 70% of these boys, this is between 15 and 24, so a little bit into youth there, are actually assisting their family. And 36% of females, all right? Carrying the family alone, 17% carrying the family alone, while actually should have been in school. Now, let's look at how Jamaicans fight economic hardship. Step 1, they pressure their father to take an extra job, right? Okay. And the father ends up, of course, working harder. Step 2, the mother does a second job, or she becomes employed if she was not. Step 3, you stop the boy from school and keep the daughter or daughters in school while the boy hustles. All right. And let me just pause a little bit and tell you a little bit about my Hustling and Juggling, the Art of Survival for the Urban Poor study done in 1996. We have now revisited or attempted to revisit the 10 boys in the study and the 10 girls. 7 of the 10 boys from the bottom quintile of the poorest are now dead, compared to 1 of the 10 girls who were hustlers. That gives you a working idea of the gap of survivability of boys and girls from the lowest quintile in Jamaica. It is absolutely horrendous. Step 4, mother, father sends one of the children to another relative, and we know what happens. We know what happens to a lot of our children who go to fictive relatives. A lot of them get abused. So quite often you may not see what happens to the girls, but the girls are pushed into slavery. They clean houses. They don't go to school as often. And we've been tracking a lot of this, not just boys. So please understand what's happening to our children. Step 5, mother takes on a second partner or get into part-time sex work. And the last step, and that is why, is that the mother pimps her daughter. She's aware that the daughter is going to be in trouble where she's sending the daughter, but this is the end of the road. By this stage, the father is absent. You can understand these things. So there is, because of slavery and because of biology, we make tremendous effort to protect the girl, but the boy by stage 3 is crushed. So we have to look at these things because these things are connected to the level of violence we have in Jamaica. Let's look at our hustlers. And we looked at Trinidad, Belize, and Jamaica, the 3 countries where I do the bulk of my work. One of the first things you need to understand about hustling and working children is that these are indicators of crisis family forms. Boys are visible, but girls are also hidden. We've already spoken about that because they're working behind the scene in people's houses with a claim that she's been adopted. The boys, by nature of their hustle and extensive stay on the street, are extremely vulnerable to a whole range of stuff. If you look at Gayle and Martis, or if you look at like Bushfire, which came out in 2016, you will see that the bulk of these boys carry the monies home to their mothers and their grandmothers. I'll never forget when I was doing my paper on hustling and juggling, a boy, I was on a minibus. I went from minibus to minibus with this young man as he picked the pockets of people. I would just observe. And when he was done, he checked up off all the money he had and said, Herbs, I'm short $100. You can't give me $100? I have to fix mommy's roof, and it's short $100 based on what the workman asks for. I cried my eyes out. Somebody commits crime for an entire day and is still short. How old is he? Make a guess, 14 years old. Hustling boys are likely to engage in adult life prematurely. We call it adultification. Hunger is the most critical factor that explains why boys hustle. Hustling boys are the most likely to be aggressive and to join gangs. And finally, hustling boys and enslaved girls have very poor, very low life chances. As I just explained to you, 7 of the 10 boys I worked with in the 1990s are already dead, mostly from gunshots. When you look at foods, you'll see that violent youth are 5 times more likely to suffer from chronic hunger than even if they're living in the same environment than the ones that we shelter. And we choose who we shelter, which is interesting. They need to be bright. They need to have a particular complexion or a particular phenotype or something. So rather than try to protect an entire family or having the resources to protect an entire family, the family chooses to protect one. And as I say to you, and I'm telling you my life story here, I'm the one that was sheltered in my family. Shielded boys are 6 times more likely to have a caring mother. Shielded boys are 85 times more likely to go to college. A girl who acts as a gang sleeper is 7 times less likely to be shielded or raped than regular girls. These are girls who are used by gangs to sleep with men so that they can kill the man. This is the index. I'll skip over this and I'll show you something here. When you look at life chances, in the poorest quintile in Jamaica, and this is where I'm concentrating my presentation, you will see that a shielded boy has a 77% chance, like I am, of living beyond the age of 35. 34 rather. 34 is the end of youth in any way, whether extended or not. Low 69, but look at shutters. In fact, after doing the calculation, I went back to check on the shutters I was working with 10 years ago. Less than 24% of them are still alive. It is important that we understand these things. But here's the crux of the matter. By running the index against the youth we've studied, we've arrived at a very important conclusion. Education is the super variable. Why is it the super variable? Because to keep a child in school, they would have had at least some food, they'd have had some sense of safety, and they would have had some parental support. So education has been the important critical factor. But look at our education system. In 1970, right, to every 100 males who were in university, there were only 74 women. In 2011, which was the year they had a massive set of meetings across the world to look at the situation of boys, women had moved from 74 to 108 to 100 men. Now, look at the red marker, which is Jamaica. When the world was at 74%, women in Jamaica were 10 paces behind. Today, as in, they are 228% of men. That's cray-cray. But let's look very quickly at what happened in Jamaica, why it is that we have this dilemma. So Jamaica's education started at Woolmer's High, right? Woolmer's for boys, okay? Then Manning's High School for boys, which 150 years later became a co-ed school, then Jamaica College. And you will notice that there's nothing for white girls. So over here you have for white boys, and over here you have nothing for white girls. They would have to go back to England to study, yeah? Then look at the second phase, which is the end of slavery. You see that two schools were built by the churches, all right? And I won't even name these churches because you know them, all right? So let's look at the era we're working with. 1807, the end of the slave trade. 1834, end of slavery. Emancipation, after only 4 years of apprenticeship, the end of it all. And you'll notice 2 schools were built for white boys, but 2 schools were actually built for white girls. Watch the change. Watch the change. And then we get to phase 3, which is a fracture of the British Empire, which is 1865 to 1940s, in which there were riots all over the world in the Third World. The Frome riots later, the Berlin Conference in which Africa was cut up into pieces. This was an era of tumult. But what is happening on the plantation? Let's see if we spend 90 seconds on the plantation. You're on a plantation, slavery is ended, you're bringing in indentured servants, but over a quarter of these indentured servants are gone from the plantation. Some are opening shops, they're all over the place. They don't want to be on the plantation, and the men don't want to be on the plantation. What should you do? The brilliant idea came up. Build schools for girls, not for boys. So the churches were encouraged and pressured to build schools for girls. Shall we see the results? Boom, that's the result. Only Calabar, Cornwall College, and Jamaica College were built in this era. And look on the right side for schools built by girls. And now we see Black women attending school for the first time. Of course, you know the story, so let's not paint a bed of roses for women. You know that the dark-skinned girls used to go in the afternoon while the light-skinned girls would go in the morning. Many of us don't know this aspect of our history. I know a lot of these schools, the dark-skinned girls couldn't go in the morning, which was safe, and when the teachers were fresh. Let's go. And then, of course, phase 4, in which they started upgrading boys' schools to either co-ed or turning them into girls' schools, like Merle Grove, which was built for boys and then closed the doors to boys. Yes, you didn't know these things, did you? All right. So if you look at these things, it begins to say something to you. There's been structural violence against males, but why did it take so long to change? It took up until the 1970s to change because we had a revolution in education under Michael Manley, which was not a revolution for everybody. I won't be able to go into all of that because of time constraint. You need to go and read. Under the Roots program, rely on ourselves to success. Right? If you have an opening and you're not having the food and the resources to attend school with a culture built on boys hustling, then you can understand why eventually by the 1980s, after about 12 years of the Roots program, we could see the change on the UWI campus. But here's something never to miss. If we should use boys as the dropout point of grade 9 as the baseline, you're going to discover something very interesting in the data set of over 3,000 young people. Boys who complete secondary schools and sit at least 3 CXCs are 4 times less likely to be harmed or to kill someone. Boys who complete CAPE are 10 times safer. And if they ever enroll at a university or college, they're 85 times safer. Now, here's the drama of Jamaica. And here is why I am so passionate about changing this idea, changing the structure we have. If you're a girl and you go to an all-girls school, the probability of you qualifying for college in the first 3 years is 89%. If you're a boy and go to an all-boys school, 69. If you go to a traditional co-ed, 61%. On average, 73% for all the traditional schools built by the churches. Now let's go to the technical schools. 17% of the kids who go to a technical school will qualify for university. And over a 10-year period, half of them will qualify. Now let's go to the schools that we quite often call the dump. And I'm being straight with you today. They're called new secondary schools under a program called ROSE, right? Reform of Secondary Education under Burchell Whiteman. Now these schools, right? So in other words, we're saying that these schools have become better, but only 10% of the children who attend these schools will actually pass. Now, if you're an inner city male, it gets worse. Only 3% of boys from an inner city will actually qualify for university. Let's take 3 into 90 and get 30. All right? So a girl who attends an all-girls school is almost 30 times more likely to end up in university than a boy attending a secondary school who is actually living in an inner city. Why would we want to have a country like that? There are 2 approaches that we need to begin to solve this thing. We could campaign, but we know what campaigns do. Campaigners don't listen, they talk. All right? But if you don't campaign, then guess what? There's no emotion in it. All right? The area left behind. So campaigners will campaign for one group and leave the other group behind. So if we campaign for boys, we will leave girls behind. If we campaign for girls, we leave boys behind. And we have to try and keep in our head this idea of a snake in a tunnel, that once you get to 60%, there must be somebody left at 40%. All right? So we have to pay very close attention. The problem about campaigners is that they often form into angry groups, and they create words for those who say to them, stop and calm down for a little bit and look at what's happening. It is fascinating to see how many times I've been called a misogynist, simply for saying to people when they're speaking, calm down a little bit, look at both sides. That makes you a misogynist. Cancel culture, fascinating words. But let's look at science. Scientists like myself, we often are boring. Let's just be honest about it. We may have the data, but we don't have the emotion. We don't get involved. We don't dip our hands in. We don't dip our toes in. And so the disadvantage is that science could be too slow. So what should we do? The ideal program is to have campaigns that are actually built on information. And if we do, we are going to get things done. At the entrance of the Violence Studies Center, it says, you can only save a country by chasing victims if you appreciate that most perpetrators are also victims. Isn't that powerful? So if we can get people to recognize that the people you describe as the perpetrator is also a victim of structural violence, then you will learn to help everybody. How much will it cost to focus on victims and send them back to the same setting and actors? Response: eventually, as your money and energy run out, you will see the need to work with those you label as perpetrator. Save a boy. This is not my statement. This is what is written at my school. 3 groups of boys who rip Jamaica apart and kill women we have to look at. Jamaica's 2 most vulnerable groups are usually found together: boys and their frustrated moms. Did you know that 80% of mothers who torture their boys were raped or tortured themselves? And that the boys they produce actually account for 53% of our murders? Did you know that 5% of mothers in Jamaica are unsupported? And you know what is fascinating? Every time I speak up for these mothers, somebody hear the message that these mothers are creating murderers. That's what they hear. They didn't hear that I am pleading with Jamaicans to find these 5% of mothers who have no support system and adopt these families and see if you can save these mothers. These mothers were tortured themselves. You cannot look at what's happening to boys without understanding what their mothers have been through. I hope we get the message more clearly today. Groups 2 and 3 account for 27% of murders. Those who grow up with no biological parents, they have no parent at all. And the almost 2% of those who grow themselves. And by age 16, these boys would have got a girl pregnant because they're trying to create their own family. It's so sad. If we can begin to understand these things and to work with our families and to target the groups that are most vulnerable, mothers who were tortured and the children they produce, we're going to gradually come out of this dilemma where we're trapped in transition, independence. We're going to be 60 years old very soon. But the sad thing is that we are the 4th most violent country in the world. We can't do this unless we begin to focus on mothers who were tortured as children and the boys that are in their care. Take care of yourselves. God bless.
Thank you, Dr. Gayle. I know you're busy, but stay 2 minutes. Let's just see if we have questions from our audience. We talk a lot about this situation, but when the numbers face you, it's like a physical pain in your stomach. And I feel your passion and your pain because I know you're living with these statistics and you're on the ground with it and we're not changing. So let's see what we can do. Do we have any questions for Dr. Gayle before he leaves?
Joan, let me say this. Dr. Gayle has presented facts and stats that present alarming truths, and it has left us speechless. We have no questions, but we do have a rhetorical question, a rhetorical statement posed by the Education Solutions International TV that state that profound data and history of education in Jamaica needs us to start thinking change, okay? And Yanette Holness says, the question is really, when will we learn from these errors?
Well, I hope today, I hope that because I keep saying the conference is not just about presentations and conversation. I hope every single person leaves here today and begins some small thing that multiplies so there's some change. So I know it has left us speechless, and I really want to thank you. Dr. Gayle, will we have your presentation? Will you leave that with us?
Sure.
Because we need to work with the reality of the statistics, you know? We really need to work with it as we plan our projects and our solutions. So
Joan,
I really want, sorry, somebody had a comment?
Yes, I have a question for Dr. Gayle. Yes, very, very good presentation. And it's part of my concern. I'm very concerned about the young people that are coming up too. What I want to ask you, are there, for people who are listening and who are on the ground with you and a part of families and so on, and are very concerned too, what small community groups do you see existing that these people can tap into for support?
The church. I returned to Jamaica in 2007 and I sat down. I think in 2008 was when they threw a hand grenade in Belize in a pub and killed some kids. And I started working with the Belizean government. trying to see if we can change the situation there. They were heading towards 60 murders per 100,000. I think they're about 27 now. So there is hope. Belly shows that there's hope. But part of the crisis I find is that we are kind of stuck with the idea that we need white persons to come to help us rather than a person who's been to one of the top 5 schools of violence in the world and come back home to help. And I find that a lot of people take my skin color as a barrier to listening because despite the fact that my grandparents, I have white grandparents, I was actually joking with a relative recently and said, maybe if my skin color was a little bit more like grandma, they would listen. And maybe I should have kept my British accent a little bit longer, but it is an issue. But what have we seen so far happening? We've seen the 8 churches that I've worked with, including the Catholic Church, that have been having meetings with. We've seen where when they employ something very, very simple, back to school. At back to school, poor mothers flood into the Catholic Church. Right? Everybody's Catholic come back to school. You know this one, right?
Yes, very much.
Right. Because poor people are very dual and they're very flexible and they're very opportunistic because they have to be. And what I've asked the Catholic, the Anglican, the Seventh-day I've asked all the churches I've been working with is do an inventory when they come for back to school gifts and adopt these families. Take 5 of these families and adopt them, right? Because if they come claiming they're a Catholic when they're not, you should make them a Catholic in the sense of adopting them and helping them and adopting those families and so forth. You need to see the miracles that we've seen from that employment, that strategy. We've seen literally, right? I'm getting some reports from some churches that tells me, Doc, the boy's in university. This is a boy I know who was on the trajectory to killing someone. Right? If you can see right behind me, as you walk into my office, there's a picture of a sad mother. And it's the book of Isaiah. What is true religion? It is about making the feel pressed. Okay? I'm actually shocked sometimes at the stuff people say because they have no idea what we're trying to do. We're trying to get families to become more stable. And we know for sure that the dynamish, let me use a word that some people will understand, the dynamish of aggression is actually in these boys. Yeah. I was working with a family recently and the mother was crying. She saw me and she just hugged me. This is COVID. And she said, Herbs, me not have no COVID, I want to hug you. And she hugged me and she said, my boy gone at Tampa. And I said, oh my God. So she's crying, I'm crying. The neighbor who's passing don't know why we're crying, but she started crying. I don't know if you've ever been in these situations.
Oh, yes.
This boy had killed 5 people by age 14. We've worked with this boy to the point where he has no idea where his gun is. We expect him to graduate. We expect him to do well. And we have 178 of these in the last 30 years at Father's Day. Nobody. I've met 3 irredeemable people in my entire years working with thousands of killers. 3 irredeemable. They were just completely crazy. The day they died, their parents said, thank God. Everybody else, every single other child I have worked with are redeemable. They are redeemable. And it means, and I'm not telling the church and I'm not telling schools to go adopt somebody without the skills.
Right.
Because you can get yourself in trouble. But I'm saying if they come at the back and say they're Catholics or say they're Anglican, come back to school, they've just made themselves available for help. And if you do that, that's one simple thing.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know if you notice something. There's a group of women, we call it the Poochie Project. Notice the word Poochie? Anywhere you go and hear a girl gets called Poochie, right? It's a marker. It's the same thing like anywhere you go and see a boy doing this, it's a cry for help. And when we started our Poochie project, we adopted all the women that know, and I'm going to just say it, no international money will help. International money wants to help the women who can show progress in 2-3 years. So they can, oh my God, we did it. Like in Dora and Boots, we did it. We take on the mothers who ain't in 10 years, there's going to be any tick, we did it, because even at year 9, you still have to be with them. Please, Poochie, we're begging you, send the boy to school because she's still interested in her hair and fancy enough because she's stuck in that. And you stay with them until they're unstuck. But nobody wants that job. I can list you literally less than 5 groups in the entire country that focus on the poorest women. Everybody wants to help the near poor woman and wants her to go to the UII and have a poster picture. We're begging people, go to the Poochie level with me. That's where I work. That's where the changes are going to come. And don't take what you can't afford. Take one.
Yeah.
That's all you can do. And remember, let me remind you, if you transform somebody from chicken back to chicken, he is not going back. Don't take him to chicken and then leave him alone, because he's not going to go back to chicken back. Somebody's going to die. The children we take on, I'm the chairman of Children First, not just the children, the chairman of Fathers Inc. And if you ask Claudette Pius and myself together, we will tell you, we told the children we will be with you until we die. We give them a guarantee. They know herbs ain't going nowhere. I have job offers on the table. You have no idea my expertise. I ain't leaving going nowhere. Somebody has to stay on the ship. And we have to force into the heads of people a spaceship philosophy. The lifeboat philosophy hasn't worked, where the rich jump off on the lifeboat and the male is there in the water crying and the girl is crying out, Jack, Jack, Jack. I know a lot of you watch Titanic and missed the philosophy behind it. My task is to get us into the frame of mind to understand that it's a spaceship philosophy. Even if you're all rich and go with Elon Musk to space and you hear crack, 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 all of you will be alarmed. I want all of us to be alarmed. God bless you. Take care.
Thank you. God bless you too. And some of us may reach out to you to join hands with you. So thank you so much for sharing. Bless you. Walk good. Jah guide all your steps. Thank you, Dr. Gayle.
Take care, Dr. Gayle.
Powerful, powerful conference. All my paws are raised. Powerful presentations. I'm going to just invite you to just stretch yourselves. Just get up out your chairs, stretch, touch your toes. We're not going to have this stretch break that we had planned. We extended with Dr. Gayle, and that really was important. The statistics that face us are a reality, ladies and gentlemen. Take one little bit away and start something in your community and in your schools. One little bit, please. So while you're stretching, I'm going to hand over to Dwayne to introduce our next speaker.
Yes. Thank you very much, John. Wonderful morning. And of course, yes, it just, it's a really bitter taste in my mouth, as they would say. And we really need to do something about these issues. Mr. Robert Dixon, welcome. Mr. Robert Dixon is the principal of Operation Restoration Christian School. He holds a Bachelor's of Science degree in economics and is pursuing a Master of Science in organization and business psychology. He spent 5 years working as a branch manager at the National Commercial Bank, NCB. And in 2008, he started working with Fusion Caribbean, a youth and community organization based primarily in Trenchtown. And they also have other branches in the inner city communities. Fusion Caribbean worked closely with Operation Restoration Christian School. They led then by the founder and principal, Mrs. Lorna Archer Stanley. In 2014, Mr. Dixon took over leadership of ORCS, that's the Operation Restoration Christian School. With his background in finance, leadership, and facilitatory skills, love for youth, and his knowledge and understanding of the community, the ORCS has thrived. This school is a private school that operates in Trenchtown and caters to students 12 years to 17 years with literacy and numeracy deficiencies that have hindered their progress in the traditional education system. Mr. Dixon is an elder at his church, Covenant City Church, and is married to Deidre for 17 years, and they have 2 children. Mr. Dixon, please share with us, and his presentation is going to be safe, and late starters, strategies for creating opportunities for boys' success. Okay, welcome, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, Dr. Dice.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Let me just first say there's a small correction. I was not the bank manager, never reached that stage as yet, but I definitely that was my goal. That was my goal after leaving university. And I really want to thank Dr. Gayle for his presentation. What he described is a context that I work in every day. I see, it was really emotional for me because I live that fact every day, right? In fact, earlier in the year, so we're in Trenchtown, the school's in Trenchtown, and early in the year, I really was going through a lot because, I worked so hard with my boys. The school caters to students with literacy deficiencies, and that's mainly boys. So we'll have 70 to 75% boys. Last year, we had 48 students, and 75% were boys. And you just saw with the COVID crisis, I just saw my boys dropping out of school, becoming hustlers. School, especially the first 3 months when there was little school and we're trying to communicate with them via WhatsApp or going to visit their homes. I saw my boys there's no lunch provided anymore because we provide lunch for just $200 and you can get it free if you don't have any money. We provide breakfast free. And so they're full-time hustlers. And I saw them dropping out of school. I saw them becoming men before time. And it was a bit emotional for me. At that time, I had to, seek a little counseling because of all that you put in to the work and to these boys' lives. But it's a part of the journey. And I'm sure that Dr. Gayle would have understood my sentiments there. So I'm going to share my screen. And I'll just take a PowerPoint here. So there we are. All right. So late starters, strategies for creating opportunities for boys' success, right? So I really want you to understand, as I said, to understand my context that I work in, what we do. Our aim, we take students 12 to 17. So most of our students would have finished primary school and they're still not literate, still not numerate. And our aim is to remediate them and get them back into the traditional system, right? In the grade 9 level or into some other program. We work with the National Youth Service with different programs around Kingston to get these boys to continue their education, right? So that's what we do. Of course, the context, Trenchtown, high on youth unemployment, limited training options for youth, low skill levels, and a lack of training, poor parenting, crime and violence, poor physical environment, and inadequate housing capacity, safety and security issues, high level of literacy. And this is the context that we work in, and we try to bring restoration and to change. So, I've definitely experienced a lot of what Dr. Gayle had presented. So late starters. This is a picture. The imagery I got when I think of late starters is Usain Bolt. You see him there in lane 2. He is the ultimate late starter, right? Especially later in his career, he purposefully started out late, right? And as it pertains to education, right? Late starters refers to those students who do not progress academically in the typical fashion. And as a result, the instructional level is far below the level expected for their age. So these students were slow out of the blocks. They were slow out of the blocks. So most of our students, I would say, show symptoms of intellectual disabilities. And the issue that we have is that most of them are not assessed, whether their parents, I've heard parents tell me, I said, mother, your son is more moderate in his symptoms of intellectual disabilities. And she said, me no raise no idiot, me no carry no idiot, come here. My son are no idiot. And those are the kind of things that you face when you're trying to, get the best for the children. And so most of them is mild disabilities. And there are a few children with learning disabilities that we have to work through with them, right? But most of the children have not been assessed. And to get them assessed is a long wait or very expensive. Right, so this just really shows some statistics, and I don't think I need to show any more statistics. Dr. Gayle did a very good job of that, but just to say that our boys are at a much higher rate coming out of primary school illiterate than girls. And, so they account for nearly 80% of the non-mastery of the children that achieve non-mastery at the grade 4 literacy level. And 70% of the almost mastery, right? And so we, what has happened now with us in our context is that, previously when it was a grade 6 achievement test, if you had failed the grade 4 literacy test, you would not have been would not have been able to sit the grade 6 achievement test. And come June, we'd have children just coming, parents taking their children here because they're out of school, nowhere to go. Right now, everyone is placed in a school under PEP. And so, there are a number of children that would come to the school if under GSAT that know they're going to high school. And some of these high schools are equipped to help them. But, we found that we have less enrollment since the PEP because they're placed, and even though the parent know that they're probably not going to get the same level of attention, right? They still send them anyway because my son gone to high school, or just the effort to bring them here and to convince them that they need the attention that they will get at Operation Restoration Christian School. All right, so I read a book by Eric Jensen, Teaching with Poverty in Mind. And when it examines how stress and chronic stress and poverty, how it shrinks the neurons in the frontal lobe of the brain, which is the area that helps with judgment and regulates impulsivity, right? And so when we look and think about some of our students and some of the boys, how impulsive they are, how reactive they are, one, it reflects it reflects the community, right? Because every day in this community, there's a commotion, right? Sometimes I hear it a lot right outside the road. There's a commotion of some sort. And so you find in the classroom, and teachers will notice a small issue will turn into a big commotion quickly. And students will just get up and react in certain ways. This is the impact of stress on their brains. And really, as Jensen says, of their brain shrinking. And we have to deal with this. So many of our boys start out late because of the stress that they go through. And again, we saw it clearly in what was presented before. Also, how boys are managed. This quote here, it says, in the past, academic excellence was largely, if not entirely, a male dominant domain. However, with education increasingly becoming common ground, as happened in the 1970s, boys are left with fewer opportunities to establish their gender identity through education and academic achievements. And academic achievement meets that need less readily. In contrast, fundamental biological differences mean that physicality has been preserved as a way of asserting masculine difference. And the outdoor remains boys' territory. In the Caribbean and elsewhere, outdoor physicality seems to have gained preeminent importance for developing a boy's identity. While this retreat to physicality may well benefit boys, participation in sporting achievements and trades, there are also important negative consequences. So I witnessed the other day a conversation, overheard a conversation of three younger, men in their 20s, and a young boy who had just been placed in high school, and his hair was trimmed all in one, and ready to go into high school. And the first thing they said to him is, "Listen here, my youth, you can't trim your hair like that. You can't trim your hair alone all in one, because them are go box in your head, right? People are going to lick in your head. You can't do that, right?" And then they went on to tell him that, "Listen, make sure you go look some girl, and carry some condom in your back. You don't know, and them laugh about it." And then, way down the line was, "Make sure you do your work." So in other words, they're saying, don't let no boy disrespect you. Physicality, men have to show their dominance through physicality, and you can't make no boy come lick you on your head, right? You show your dominance, sexual prowess. That's what our boys grow up learning, and as important as what makes them male, as what makes them a man. So the boys, so when it says the outdoors is their domain, you see it. I see it every day. They're outdoors, and as I said, inner city youth make the best athletes. Why? Because they're outdoors, they're hand-eye coordination, they develop early from the age of 2. I remember one of my boys' mothers came up to the school, a little way away. She lives a little way away from the school, obviously in the same community. And her 2-year-old boy came up behind her, about 5 minutes later. And I brought him to her. I said, your son is here. She said, "Lord Jesus, me there try hide him, me there try hide him." And he walked all the way up to my school by himself. I still can't get over that. And that was about 6-7 years ago. But the outdoors, the boys' domain, not the classroom anymore. And so we manage boys in this way. In uptown, boys are managed differently. They're told and shown and given examples of what it is to progress academically and the importance of sitting down. They're given, for even my son, who gets distracted easily, he's easily engaged in drumming and piano lessons and stuff like that, that will help to improve, their concentration, the game of chess. These things do not happen in the inner city. The boys are outdoor all day and sometimes come home at night. I have mothers who complain about that. that them they see them son, not even in curfew time, they see them son in the day. They're outdoors. So I want to make the point. So in that point, how they manage at home and at school is important because, you know, again, you know, a lot of boys are hyperactive. It's important for us to obviously know these things. Parents need to be equipped with the skills to deal with these boys. And obviously other reasons why our boys start out late, obviously is at home, the higher literacy among parents as well. And they're not parents not being able to assist the boys in any way, shape, or form in their education. That is a big thing why boys and girls start out late. So I want to know, this is Usain Bolt mid race. Late starters can recover. They can recover, and you know, Usain Bolt is a supreme, or was a supreme, he probably still is athlete, once in a lifetime athlete, you know. And I want to say that as our students recover, they recover in different ways, right? They recover in different ways. I must say that sometimes I think people look at my school and I have no A students. I'm not going to have students that I'm not, well, we're working towards students eventually going to university, but the vast majority won't. The vast majority won't, you know, tick the boxes that you want to see. But when you get a child moving from a non-reader, and you hear mothers coming and cry, when they see the boys changing because of the environment that we have here, you know that we are on the right track. We know that the boys are recovering. I want to play you just a few minutes of this clip. Not a few minutes, not even a minute.
My name is Travis Stevens. I am from Kingston, Jamaica. I attend Operation Respiration Christian School. Actually, I start the school at 2017. Start off in a level 1. Level 1 teacher, her name is Miss Deborah Folks. Sorry, when I just attend the school, not then I did dance. Tell them I did dance, so I just attend the school. But Miss Debbie work with me. She take me to a different level, you see me? Because I did well low when I just attend the school. She take me to a different level. Continue till I reach in level 2. No, before the first time in level 1 when I come first in the class, I used to pass all of my tests. I did cry because I say me come first. I never yet come first in primary school in my life.
All right. I'll leave it there. You can, that's on YouTube. There's a testimony from Travis Stevens. He is now attending Gainstead High School, right? And so his restoration continues. So strategies, you know, my strategies was for creating opportunities for boys. What we have implemented here at Operation Restoration Christian School. So passion and purpose have to be the foundation. Love attracts. Building intentional relationships. Boys thrive in smaller classes. Encourage a student-centered and active classroom. Exposure and mentorship. Use anger strategically. So passion and purpose, right? Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. You know, when I left the bank, I left the bank because one day I remember, and I was really active. I thought I was going to be the bank manager. And when I went to the bank, you know, I went to the university degree, and there wasn't, it was only myself and the manager at the time. No, everybody has a university degree in the bank. But I was striving to be successful in that arena. But I've always loved working with young people in camps and stuff like that. And I remember I'd been planning a camp for months and got my vacation, everything, summer camp. And the Wednesday before, my operations manager told me that she wants me, she needs me to go to the training center on Monday when camp would have been inactive. Can I tell you, I cried right there. I cried. And I realized that I don't want to work anywhere that stops me from pursuing my passion. And I left the bank in 2007, not fully knowing what I was going to do. I had some plans, but I couldn't stay in somewhere that would that would stop me from pursuing my passion, right? And I thank my wife to this day because she supported me in that, right? And during that period of time, I read this book, The Strength to Love. I never knew, I thought it was an oxymoron. I never knew that you needed strength to love. And, you know, Martin Luther King, he's behind me, right? So that period of time revolutionized my life. And I felt called by God to love the unlovable. And loved, equipped, and ready. And I tell you, if you know, understand the love of God, the love of Christ, right? And you are equipped with the Holy Spirit, right? To love, you can do wonders, right? You can do wonders. And so that has been the foundation of this school. I remember a guidance counselor who was doing a practicum came here and she said, sir, boy, as I walk through the gate, as I come into the school, I just feel a sense of love. I just feel like this environment is different. Love attracts. Previously to, you know, the COVID period, when I would drive into the school, the boys would run to my vehicle. One would open the door, one would take my bag, they come, love attracts. You know, when I go out at lunchtime, the boys don't run, they come. And that's love. And that's also intentional relationships. Going out of your way to connect with males, listening empathetically to them, forgetting about yourself. I remember I saw a boy sitting like on the ledge, on a ledge, dirty ledge, and just by himself. And I went to sit down beside him because that's what you need to do. And I said, what's going on? And there was silence for a little while. And then him just say, I miss my father, sir. I miss my father. Right? His father was murdered. Right? Intentional relationships. Can I tell you that that young man is now working in a bakery? He left my school. It didn't work out for him at high school. He was getting caught up in violence. He came here again. I said to him, his mother called me and said, you know, he's getting caught up in the violence. And I sent for him and told him to come here, right? And come work with us. And he worked with us. Then we got him into the National Youth Service Empowerment Program, graduated from the program, and now he is supporting his mother, learning everything in the bakery, right? And our relationship started when I was intentional about forming a relationship and making myself vulnerable. It's okay to make yourself vulnerable. And you know what? It's okay for people to take advantage of you. To take advantage of your love. The boys, they will trample on your love. They will trample on it. They will take advantage of it. And yes, you have to set the right boundaries and you have to enforce the right boundaries, but you have to do so with grace, understanding the situation, understanding grace and mercy, understanding the situation and where they're coming from. Because, you know, the Bible says a bruised reed is easily broken, right? And and a flickering flame, it's easy to put out. And it's not my intention to bruise them and to break them. So they have to know the boundaries, but they have to know grace, and they have to know mercy, and they have to know love. At Operation Restoration, a small classroom has been critical to an environment. The students come from class size of 40 and 50 to a class size of 12. I visited England and their pupils reform unit, and I saw I saw 3 students in a class and 2 teachers. That's how that's the ratio that they use in these reform units. And in our primary schools, boys are lost because they spend most of the time outdoors running up and down, showing their physicality, becoming men, not in the books. And they come school lost and they stay lost. Hyperactive, easily distracted, under great stress, and they get lost. So you come here, the class size is that right now, the lowest level here, or pre-primer students, there are 9 students in that class, right? And we're doing all that we can. And there are 9 students, there are 4 girls in there, and the rest are boys. And we're looking to definitely take in more students as well to make it up to the 12.
Mr. Dixon, we're pressed
we're out
on
of time.
Yeah,
All right.
so just a minute more.
No problem. So just to say, I value a student-centered classroom, an active classroom, right? And exposure to mentorship. I can tell you that I tell mentors that work with us that even if you just carry the boy around, you don't have to say anything to him. He's observing how you operate, observing how you do things. You take them to the bank, you take them different places. My boys have nobody to do these things with them, most of them. Using anger strategically, Jesus ran people out of the temple. I try to use anger. I try to use anger strategically, so that when they see it, they know. They say, "It's so much, sir, I love you." You see how much, sir, I love you. Anger must be used in a strategic way to get the best out of your students. It's easy to react. It is so easy to react. It is hard to be strategic with your anger. I want to say, so Usain Bolt, it's just a video, so I can end there. He can finish strong. He finished strong all the time, and our students or late starters can finish strong and will finish strong. They may not finish as winners or as the typical winners, but they can finish strong in their own way if we, put out our best for them. So thank you.
Give them a chance. Yes, that's very good presentation. Just a quick question on it. I love the format of the school, and I'm sure many people love it too, and they're implementing something. I remember when I first went to Catholic College, Sister Una is on here too. She started off the program with small classes, and she had this philosophy about reaching every student. And if a teacher can know every student name in the classroom and know their personal story, then they can reach them
That's right.
even more. And that's the background that I have to have direct relationship with that. But in a restorative process, it's even much more caring and loving for you to know and understand the students. Do you have that relationship or partnership with other schools, with Operation Restoration School?
Partnership with other schools? Well, in the community, we do have partnership with another program, and with some schools, but not. Oh, I guess if you ask my chairman, he will tell you that the goal of the school is to be a model of how you can restore, and to replicate itself. And so that's something that we're working towards, to be able to be what you call a model school.
Okay.
And yeah.
All right. Miss White, do you have any question from the chat? Like, super quickly, if one or
Okay, no, we have no questions, but great presentation, Mr. Dixon. But I will just read the comments that's here from Roymain Robinson. Enjoying presentation. Lorraine Basco says, I'm enjoying the presentation. Well done, Mrs. Gray and the Catholic College team. And Leslie Ann Samuel says, profound word, Mr. Dixon. You are called to your work at ORCS. What a difference you have made. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And then Victorine Howden, excellent presentation, another commendation. And from Narda Gray, Mrs. Gray, you have the right heart. The Lord bless you. And finally, Simone Johnson Evans says, excellent presentation. And I also want to commend you. And that
Thank you very much.
the intentional care that you have given will continue to bear fruit.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was my pleasure being here.
I think this links to the previous presentation where Dr. Gayle said the church really plays an important part, and being a minister too, it shows that we really need that barrier, that relationship with education from a religious perspective to instill the value part in the education. So very good. We're gonna be in touch, Mr. Dixon, with your model there to see if we can replicate it somewhere else. That's
And
very
if
good.
I may,
Hand over.
Dr.
Yes.
Dice, there's an important element in Mr. Dixon's presentation I don't want us to miss. At the base of all that he's doing is love. Let us not forget that element, because sometimes as we try to help, we forget that everything we do has to be tempered with love. Even correcting, and as he said, even your anger must be within the, within that idea of love. So let us not miss that. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you.
John, we're winding down here.
Yes, we are. It's really been a feast of ideas, of exposure to the realities of what we're really dealing with. And it really has been good to just see the numbers and the statistics in front of us, because we tend to talk in generalities. So I hope we are creating mandates for ourselves and our institutions. Our next presenter who will close the presentations on our 4th annual Early Childhood Conference, Mr. Jason Brown describes himself as a man on a mission with a passion for educational administration, and is currently the educational program manager for the Gore Family Foundation, serving 10 schools across the island. He's also an educational consultant for EduFocal Limited, developing online courses. He's also a certified mentor for boys. Jason hosts a session on YouTube titled Life Lessons with Jason, with a focus on educating, sharing best practices, and creating a safe space for youth. To explore the topic, safe electronics and technology for various stages of boys' development, please welcome Jason Brown.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. To our Masters of Ceremonies, Miss Joan Belfont, to Dr. Dwayne Dice, to Father Michael Rowe, to Dr. Diana Davis-Smith, hey, Dr. Smith, to Sister Winifred O'Connor, to Mrs. Thelma Neal, to Dr. Marcia Chin, to Mrs. Alison Solomon, to Mrs. Melanie Baker, and to Mrs. Carolyn Clark Brown, to everyone here today. Good morning. And again, it's a pleasure to be here for my 2nd year in a row at the virtual Early Childhood Conference. I guess I must be doing something well, so I take that not lightly. But just a quick correction, I am no longer with the Gore Foundation. I am now the director for the SOS Children's Village in Kingston. That's where I operate right now. To the host, if I could be made a co-host to share my screen, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Go ahead, you have the privilege to share. Go ahead.
Okay, my apologies. To all the viewers on the different social media platforms, welcome. To all administrators, students, all stakeholders, greetings. I am tasked with the task is mine to present on safe electronics and technologies for various stages of boys' development. I have 20 minutes, so I'm going to make best of the time I have before I hear the timekeeper telling me I have 1 minute left. I must say, though, I have been tuned in from yesterday. It's very wholesome. It's great. The information is needed. What we're hearing is alarming, but with this information, we have the platform to go back, to strategize, and to make processes better. So as said before, our overarching theme is men to boys, boys to men, helping boys thrive. And my specific topic today is safe electronics and technology for various stages of boys' development. Now, let me just use my preamble to say that I will be doing this presentation a little bit differently. I broke down the age ranges by 3 groups, and I'm going to present safe technologies for different stages of development, whether it be cognitive, whether it be the physical, mental. I try my best to make this as wholesome as possible, and it is my hope that this will set a precedent for us to think widely in terms of the use of technology outside of just having a tablet or connectivity for classes. So the first thing we have to put in context is the whole idea of safe technologies or electronics. If it's nothing we have learned in the past almost 2 years, the rapid growth and use of technology is something that will now be a staple for us. Yes, we embrace it the best we can, but no, it's more of a case where we are forced to operate in that space given the fact that we can't connect physically as per usual. So the idea of technology is great, but yes, there are safe technologies that can be used by our children, by our boys, by our girls to aid in their holistic development, educationally, mentally, physically. And I love that we are choosing to focus on boys for this forum, for this conference, because I see and I acknowledge that our boys are somewhat neglected in the educational journey, but it's good that we have acknowledged that gap and we are doing things to remediate. So let's look at healthy technology use. So today's children are growing up in a high-tech world. So according to a national survey by Common Sense Media, 53% of children ages 8 to 12 have their own tablets, and I'm sure that would have been changed now because even our 3 to 5s and our 6 and our 7s, they need tablets for online classes. And 24% have their own smartphones. So among teenagers, 67% have their own smartphones. So we're seeing where they are exposed to technology, good or bad. They are exposed and they are operating in that sphere. So I'm now going to move to my area of when I was approaching this topic, when I saw the objectives, I first had to understand the problems we're having with boys' development and how we can combat that with safe technology or electronics. So if we can see my screen, I have 4 major areas here. One is that most boys learn to read later than girls. Yeah. 2, boys are encouraged, they are not encouraged to be as expressive as girls. Boys are more activity and competition centered when it comes on to school and learning. And we have lessened investments in educational resources for boys. So this is what set the basis for my presentation today. And I have, 10 minutes now. So now we're looking at boys' development. We're starting from 0 to 6 years old. So I'm going to be presenting a few technologies to you, break it down a little bit and say how we can aid in their further development. So the 0 to 6 years, the formative years are very important as they set the precedents for their thinking, their mental growth, their physical growth, and their educational journey. So the first one I'd like to point on, when you're looking at technologies for persons or boys ages 0 to 6, Leapfrog is the premier safe technology or electronics host for those formative years. Leapfrog, they have a wide variety of offerings from books to gadgets to tablets, and they are aimed at numeracy, at literacy, at comprehension, at fine motor skills, gross motor skills. So this is one such example of this. So this book, it facilitates the independent exploration, and language development. So I know we always seem to look at ABC, 1, 2, 3 animals. Now this book allows them to touch, to feel, to press, to learn about the different animals, and it also facilitates sound and different languages. So it is good to explore, where we can expose them to additional content while they're having fun. So it's not just us telling them what to say or just showing them a flashcard. They can interact with this book, they can press, they can see, they will hear the sounds they make. And to even foster language diversity, they can even learn about these animals in English and Spanish, and learn fun facts about them as they go. The next one is we're looking at apps, and apps are a form of safe technologies as well that enables the growth of our children and our boys. So this app specifically, a free app, is ABC Mouse Early Learning Academy. This one is an award-winning academy. It's available on the Android platform, on the iPhone platform. So it offers the first month free, and thereafter it's $9.95 per month. And let me just say, we have to look at three things, but we have to realize that in combating the issues we have now, we have to invest somewhat financially in doing that. And this is a healthy and needed investment for any child. So with the ABC Mouse Learning Academy, they have quizzes, educational games, and there is a curriculum for reading, math, art, music, and science ages 2 to 8. So we're not just seeing English and math, but we're seeing the arts coming into play. We're seeing music, we're seeing science, and these activities, they aid in giving them a voice, in self-exploration, in cognitive thinking, and it plays on all aspects of learning, and it is very inclusive. Now we move to this one here. This is a microphone. And in doing my research, I am like, a microphone as a safe technology for development, how is that so? And in seeing my statistics, boys not being able to healthily express themselves or being given a platform to amplify and get comfortable with their voice and their thoughts, this microphone combats that. This is a screen-free technology that gets the body moving. So it encourages them to move their limbs, their hands, and it promotes public speaking and performance skills. An issue we're having as boys develop and they matriculate to different levels of education is they can't readily express themselves. They know what they want to say, but they can't readily express themselves as good as the female counterparts. Why? Because we don't take pride in teaching them or showing them the right way in how to speak publicly and express their emotions. Yes, it's good to play basketball. Yes, it's good to play football. But if we're looking at intelligent men of worth in the future, we have to get our boys comfortable with speaking publicly. And this microphone amplifies their voices and it gives them, they can have fun while learning and playing. So now we're moving to ages 7 to 12. All right. So this one now is specifically a great one. This is smart circuits. So at this age, they're more involved in science and they're fascinated by how things operate. So this electronics kit it should be a staple. It's recommended to be a staple in any toy chest or at any school level because it teaches them about building technology and it introduces them to STEM. That's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. It gives that interest. So they see the light switch turning on and off. They see the light coming on and off, but do they know how that happens? So this smart circuit now is child-friendly. It involves different components of a circuitry board, and it gives them the basic understanding of how to build electronic gadgets. So for example, they can build a circuit for the light to be turned on, and they will have all their They will have all of the tweaks, the screws, the cords, everything is there to facilitate that. So we are now fostering that atmosphere for them to think, yes, cognitively, for them to explore, and for them to use their hands to create and manipulate to see what they have around them. Yes, they learn about it theoretically, but this thing brings the practical in the classroom, and it fosters an additional love and growth for a career path. So when they move on to high school, they would have been exposed to so many different things where it's no longer a tussle, or it will be a good tussle to find out which avenue they want to go in as they move on in life. The next one now is the smartwatch, the smartwatch, the smartwatch. We adults, we have it, we know about it. But why is the smartwatch so important? Why is this technology so important for their development? Studies have shown that obesity starts from this age in boys. Yes, so for the ages 7 to 12, this is where obesity starts. So this is a fun way to promote them to get a little bit more active. Yeah. So this watch is great for 7 and over, and it has the same look and feel as the Apple Watch or the smartwatches that we use as adults, but it is suited for the small human. So it gives them feedback about their physical activities. It motivates them to get up. It motivates them to walk. It motivates them to run. It motivates them to read and to check time and to record themselves and to keep track of their daily movements, right? And it also provides analog functionality, so that they can learn how to read clocks in different ways. So the clock interface can change. So this encourages them to get moving, to get active, and it is fun. Who does not want to have a smartwatch? It goes without saying, and this is something that they can be attached to them every day. So even if they're on their tablets playing games all day, the watch will go off. It's time to walk. Let's get those steps in. So it motivates them to keep moving, and it talks to them. So they will be fascinated just by hearing that voice that sounds just like them, encouraging them to get healthy. And the one that we don't really need to speak about is the tablets. For kids, they all have tablets. But the Amazon Fire tablet is really great, and it's offers the kid-safe web browsing, which is great. So you can keep tabs on what they're doing, what they're looking at. You can control the apps they have access to. And it adapts to the growing child as they get older. So for example, if a child has the tablet at 6, it is good at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 onward. So it is built and designed for children 3 to 12, boys 3 to 12, and you get a free year of Amazon Free Time Unlimited, which include family-friendly movies, TV shows, educational apps, books, and games. So when you buy this tablet, you automatically get those resources, which will aid in their further development, and you can track it, and you don't have to wonder about it being too graphic, it being too violent, because it is all family-proof. And my last area, I have a minute left. My last area is boys development for 13 and older. Now, this is where I got excited. And the first one to foster STEM and cognitive thinking and rationality is the Build Your Own Computer Kit. So this kit, which retails for $59.99, I believe, aids the teenage boy into taking things apart and putting them back together to see how technology works and how it aids in their lives. Yes, they have tablets, they have desktop, they have laptops, but do they know how it comes together to work? So the Build Your Own Computer Kit has all the components of a PC, and it affords them the ability to put it together. And if it does not work the first time, they can disassemble and try again. So we're seeing where the attitude of not giving up, of being persistent, of being consistent is being factored through these safe technologies. And this is something that's been encouraged to be in schools since 2012. So the kit comes with that easy to use guide. It doesn't come with much accessories, such as but it comes with it comes with the basic components to put together the PC. So the cooling fan, the circuitry board, adapters, USBs, HDMIs, memory cards, and also the PI switch, which enables them to see how they can build their own machine and possibly develop a love for this, because we're seeing a trend now where IT is growing. So there are vacancies for IT everywhere, every day. The other one is the Fitbit Versa 3, and this is the more grown area, or the more grown watch of what we spoke about earlier for the ages 7 to 12. So it was built by Amazon, and this watch allows them to track whether to get reminders about simple questions, so they can set reminders. You know, Alexa, remind me to do my homework tomorrow. Alexa, what is 2 plus 2? Alexa, how do I calculate an algebraic equation? It also allows them to track their workouts. It encourages them to go on runs, and it measures their steps per day. The good thing about the Fitbit is they can connect it to their other devices, to their laptops, to their headphones, and it makes it very convenient for them to use. And a great thing is we can be concerned about our boys not having enough sleep and being too tired or lethargic for class. This tracks sleep. So it will tell them the recommended time to go to sleep and the recommended time to wake up, ensuring that they are not laggy when it's time for school. And the last one is the VR headsets. This is the virtual reality headsets. So this now is where technology is really thriving right now, because we can't go on field trips, we can't fly as we used to, but these headsets stimulates exactly where you want to go and what you want to see. So students can explore three-dimensional objects and environments. They can travel the world, they can travel through history, they can participate in other activities that they would not be able to do in real time. So if we're teaching, if you want to foster an appreciation for the Jamaican history, or for the international viewers of American history, or for the space exploration, engineering, they can put these goggles on, program them, and they can be transported to that avenue. Just by simply putting it over their heads, they can be there and they can touch, they can feel. It's a real life simulation. So with COVID-19 impacting our daily lives and hindering our movements, the VR headsets provide the perfect alternative to do scientific explorations, to have a touch of real life and what they would like to see. So it eliminates frustration a little bit. Yes, because they want to move, they can't move. But in putting on this headset, they are transported to a different world to see things differently. And in keeping my word for my time, thank you so much for having me. I am available for Q&As, and if you want to connect with me otherwise, my contacts are there. You can take a screenshot, and let's work for the boys, for youth development. Let's put things in place to aid in their development as they grow. And my references are there also. I'll make this presentation available to the organizers, that they can disperse as needed. So once again, thank you so much for having me a part of this forum today. I hope it was very informative. I hope you had an insight on what we can do as we move forward in charting that technological future for our children.
Thank you so much, Jason, and thank you for the continued relationship with CCM. We have started a couple of things together, and it's great to see you again. And Mrs. Gray, I'm thinking we need to set up a model EC classroom on the campus where we, purchase all of these technologies and just really create a space that people can see how the EC classroom could function. Thank you for the research and bringing to the fore, Jason, some of those exciting bits of technology. I so love the microphone and the watch, the smart watch, Do we have any questions for Jason?
No, we don't. No questions. Okay. No, nobody. I just refreshed the screen and I'm not seeing
no
any
questions.
No.
Okay. I know they're trying. He's given a lot of information. They know where to get the stuff, and we will be in touch. But before Mrs. Gray asks her question, I know she has a raised hand. I want to break protocol a little bit, Jason, and say, what a wonderful beard.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I actually have my own beard care line. I started this in the pandemic. Flourish Men's Care, yes. So I am promoting practices for men, for boys, yes.
Okay, so you've become an entrepreneur in the midst of the, okay, so I hope the men and boys who are listening, Dr. Dice, I know you want one, don't you?
I do.
Thank you so much, Jason.
Wait, I have a question for him.
Okay.
Yeah, I enjoyed the presentation, Mr. Brown, because those one of the virtual glasses, not glasses, the headset. I have one of those, and it's really remarkable what you can do with them in terms of education and with geography. You actually can float over these landscapes and see the different land masses and the landforms. It's really cool, and especially when you're studying space as well. They're a little bit pricey, but they're very cool. If each school can get their hands on at least one or two of them, then that would be really nice that they take turns and develop that field trip, the virtual field trip component. Do you have like presentations or partnership with organizations from your SOS Children's Village?
Yes, we work with a few in Jamaica that provides services to the village and to our children in care.
Okay.
One such would be IGT. They provide coding. They expose them to coding from a young age. So, you know, we're trying our best to see how we can impact as young as possible. And let me add, Dr. Dice, that the majority of these, apart from the headsets, the majority on Amazon, they are all on Amazon, by the way, and they operate in the price bracket from as affordable as $30, the most expensive being $70. So they are very reasonable. And if bought with Amazon Prime, you have warranties. If it's defective, you can return and it be replaced.
Yeah, I think they're good investments. So I hope all the teachers and educators who are listening have taken note. Mrs. Gray, you had a hand raised, and I think somebody else, but let's give Mrs. Gray first up.
Dr. Smith too.
To say thank you to Jason. Jason has always been willing to volunteer his time. And they're looking at you, and you represent a good role model for our boys. Okay, so continue the good work and continue being that energetic, enthusiastic, and motivating kind of a person. So thank you again, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Gray. Thank you.
Dr. David Smith, you had a question or a comment?
Yes, I am always happy to see Jason. We have a special relationship even outside of Catholic College of Mandeville. So I'm happy that he was able to join. But I wanted to share, based on the final item that you proposed, the virtual reality headsets, that in fact, we at Catholic College of Mandeville are in discussion with a company out of New York to create our own local content so that, you know, persons can have these experiences. So if you are able, Jason, and if I can just knock you up to participate in this training, because they will train local persons so that we can then train educators how to create their local content to teach in their history class, to teach our culture, to teach all things local, rather than looking at the Alps over in somewhere else when we could look at Blue Mountain Range. Thank you.
I think you already know my answer. I'm never going to tell you no.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Jason. And we look forward to continued work with you as we all seek to develop not just our boys, but our children in general. Because you notice throughout all the presentations, our focus is boys, and we know the state of them. But you notice that, as they say, one hand can't clap. To develop the boys, we also have to strengthen the females, the mothers, you know, the aunts, so we all have a part to play, and we really have to begin correcting the defaults, the discrepancies, you know, the gaps. Thanks again, and thanks to all. I'm going to leave the thank you to Dr. Davis, who we will give an opportunity to say thank you. But Dwayne, do you want to do a quick summary of day 2?
We could both just go over them, yes, to share the responsibility. But let's let me start off with the first part of our program. I want to thank Father Michael. Father Michael really bring in the idea of God and the relationship we shared with him in terms of his guidance for us today and yesterday in this conference. And Mrs. Allison Solomon, pronouncing her name correctly here, she brought us greetings from the Jamaica Teaching Council. She's a director, senior director of professional development. And we look forward also to deeper and greater partnership with the Jamaica Teaching Council. Miss Belfon?
Yeah, then we had the chair of the Jamaica Diaspora Education Task Force, Mrs. Melanie Gooden-Baker, and I'm happy that she committed to partnering with organizations as they help to support the early childhood sector. Similarly, Mrs. Carolyn Clark-Brown from the Early Childhood Committee in the JTA. Happy for those commitments to partnership and to strengthening. So I want the schools and the educators who are online not to let these commitments just be things you hear. As you meet together, reach out to these organizations so that you can really begin, strengthening the work that you do.
So there's some takeaways too that we want to highlight, because Dr. Smith is going to go through the thank yous. The very profound, the stories that we learned from the roundtable chat, Boys to Men roundtable, they're very good stories, and they highlight some the areas in Jamaica that we need to bring to the forefront and also address these areas among our boys as they develop. That roundtable was extraordinarily good, and the session with Deacon Ronald Thwaites as well, with highlighting the spirituality of boys. It's more like reclaiming the spirituality and the dignity of our boys as they develop into men.
Right, and before I jump to Dr. Herbert Gayle, I want to go back just quickly to the round table to remind all our organizations and partners to support Mr. Wedderburn, one of the youth, please, to continue his dream. And if there's anything we at the Catholic College can do to make that happen, we will. And I'm asking you, Dwayne, because I know you are also a passionate educator. Whatever we can all do to make that happen, let us do that. And then we have Dr. Herbert Gayle, who sort of spread the reality of what's going on in front of us with statistics. I think it was a wake-up call. I mean, we know the situation is dire, but when you see the actual numbers and when you see the deep impact on the ground, it really makes you think, hey, we got to stop talking. We just got to stop talking. We really, really have to begin acting and just stop holding our heads and saying, oh God, this place have murder. We know the roots. We see it in front of us today. So let's begin working on that.
Yes, it's really, it brings just tears to my eyes to
Yeah.
realize that. And the point is the stories that he's sharing and what we do. We grew up on these stories about the lack of fathers, but it's really the lack of parents in
Right.
general, and not just
Right.
fathers, because
Right.
of boys depending on their moms, they're not at home. Girls depending
Right.
on their fathers, and the fathers are not at home.
Right.
It's not one-sided.
Right.
It's really the parenting aspect that we need to tap into.
That's why we have to change the narrative, because we
Yes.
always only talk about the absence of fathers. We have to change the narrative.
Mhm, mhm. Yeah. And so we have a practical example in Operation Restoration Christian School,
Right.
where they're actually doing something about this lack of parenting and just losing our children to violence, or them adapting the violent culture, becoming a part of it. They're trying to mend that. But it seemed like there needs to be some more help in order to
Yeah.
help to
Yeah.
bolster the support.
We need more people.
Yeah.
But
You know
Dr.
what I
Gayle also, sorry, before you
Yeah.
jump, Dr. Gayle also cautioned us in our helping, we have to know what we're doing. So let us get the training we need to, provide the help that's warranted. Sorry.
Yes, yes. And to add to that too, we realized between Dr. Gill and all the way down to Mr. Dixon that it's a long-term support.
Yep.
That they need. You can't just, it's not a one-off financial or mentoring support that students need or young men need. They really need us to be committed for a long-term part of their development, to get them on a solid footing, that they can have families and they can contribute to their families and then give back to society as well.
Right. So mentoring is really for life.
Very, very much
Really
so.
for life. And we closed with a look at the technology, which really excited me. I have to tell you, if I had money, I would have left this conference when it's done and go online and purchase. So maybe it's a good thing I don't have. So yes, but also linking that technology to how we can really prepare our classrooms for boys, make it boy ready. Those technologies are not solely for boys, but that's where our focus is. And we know how boys like gadgets and things to pull apart and put together. So that was a really nice way to round out the day. And I think I sort of did a recap of yesterday with the rituals by Owen Blacker Ellis, giving us a framework for taking our boys from boys to men. Who else we had yesterday? Dr. Roach talking about fathering and protecting our boys from trauma, and it came back in again in some presentations today. Joseph Heron reminding us about teacher attitude, and you heard that playing out in the stories from the men in the round table. Your attitudes towards your students and the things you say to them impact their future. Altogether, really, really packed 2 days of information, of conversation, of mandates that we can move forward with to begin making a difference. We really have to address the early childhood sector, and I hope that that newly formed arm of JDTAN and the committee within JTA and Chase Funds emphasis now on early childhood. I really hope they bear fruit, because we have all these organizations sometimes and the sector remains the same.
Yes, yes.
I really hope that we begin to see a difference, because that is where the country will begin to strengthen. It's not because it overloaded with PhDs, and you see the social institution. I'm not saying the PhDs are not important, but the root, you got to strengthen the base of your society.
Yeah, totally agree.
And so I think this is a good point, Dwayne, to invite the president of the Catholic College of Mandeville to thank everybody on our behalf. Dr. Davis Smith, your time.
Moderators Joan Belfon and Dr. Dice, I thank you both so much for taking us through day 2. I thank you, Joan, extendedly for taking us through days 1 and 2. Sister Una O'Connor, it's good to see you. It is fair to conclude that the conference was a great success. So many people have contributed in so many ways to turn this event into a smoothly run operation, well-oiled machinery. And I want to thank you all. I thank you all because we were able, through the presentations and the dialogues and the roundtable, to keep a good atmosphere for discussion, and one that lent itself also to some measure of networking. So the moderators got it off to a good start with holiness. Bishop John, who prayed, and he stayed for a while. So the good Lord didn't have to say, could you not stay and pray with us? He stayed, he prayed. We had reflections and remarks and greetings from our critical driver, Mrs. Gray, the driver for the Early Childhood Conference, the driver for the Early Childhood Division at Catholic College of Mandeville. So our driver got us off. She welcomed and she set the place ablaze. We had opening remarks brought to us by a substitute teacher who stood in for Mrs. Neal, who was unavoidably absent. So school started with a substitute teacher. Then we had our past president who brought us greetings. We had, and these are our critical friends. So Sister Una brought us greetings. We had the JDTAN, our partner and our friend, our collaborator in the person of Vice Chair Michelle Fanger, who informed us that the JDTAN had restructured somewhat and now offered 3 chairs for 3 separate departments within education. So now we had someone who represented, and she presented earlier this morning, early childhood. And we had somebody within the structure of the new JDTAN who represents secondary. And then we have someone who represents tertiary. So they shared with us their new structures, and we're looking forward to opportunities to continue to collaborate with our critical partner. Our forever friend in early childhood was present also, the Early Childhood Commission, with their representative, Executive Director Des Landes, who, as usual, participated, presented, welcomed, and encouraged the participation. We had a new best friend at the session yesterday, and that was in the person of Chase, Mrs. Akar Foster, who informed that Chase is quite open to new things. So, you know, as I heard Jason present, I made a note, oh, we have something to write to our new friend, because here we need the opportunities so that Joan can go shopping to get those items that she needs to put on the table. But not to distract from the seriousness of her presentation, she has collaborated with us in recent times. Chase Funds has supported 2 of our students at early childhood and gave them past scholarships, for which we are most appreciative. So we want to thank our new friend for coming to the table. And even before coming to the table to participate, they had already been supporting us. Our local Manchester-based Angel Gabriel came in, and he was a guest speaker, and he shared with us the need to allow boys to have enough space Boys need enough space to operate, to become themselves, and to be supported. He was followed ably by our associate lecturer. We perhaps should call him our adjunct lecturer at Catholic College of Mandeville, Dr. Clark. And Dr. Clark shared with us the need to make sure that our spaces really reflect and encourage boys. So no put just Sosa Dolly on there, and don't just have it confined to a little corner. Make them use the big space. So, you know, Angel Graybeard had support in Dr. Clark, who was saying, yes, we need to have big spaces. And just to point out, backing up to Chase, that it was in fact 3 students whom they supported and not 2 students. 3 students. But next year we're going to say much bigger numbers than that, because we have big requests to be made to Chase funds. So partner, don't get too scared. Our presenter targeting forging the spirit of boys through healthy rites of passage. He wanted a period, full stop. The presenter who looked at Dr. Douglas, and I don't know how I could have skipped and gone to the period, full stop, but Dr. Douglas pointed out that by his own success and his own struggles, that nothing should keep us from attaining what it is that we want. And more so, nothing should keep us from allowing our boys, enabling our boys to become what they wanted. And I want to thank him so much for his well-crafted presentation, for how engaging he was when he presented his paper, and how, you know, engaging it was. So there's a little thing that says that a one-eyed man is king in blind man country. But the truth is that Dr. Douglas pointed out to us that, and highlighted for us, that a one-eyed man is king, period. You don't have to be in the blind man land to be the king. The one-eyed man is king, period. Or he who is so blind that he cannot see. You have eyes and you still cannot see. So I want to really thank him for that, because it showed us that men can participate in early childhood education. Men can be really very committed, and it don't matter what kind of disabilities you come to the table with, you can have a significant impact. We had Dr. Kincaid Clark, and she looked at strategies for developing pods for young men. That was a good and sobering ending to our day, yesterday, period. Then I want to look to day 2, where I must thank my presenters and my participants. We started off not with our bishop, but with our vicar general, who offered blessings. And he didn't just pray for us, he too stayed a while and provoked us and encouraged us to endure, to continue with the task. Consistent with our theme, boys to men, no small matter, helping boys to thrive. We had a round table, and within this round table, we had open discussion led ably by a Catholic College of Mandeville past student, who, as the moderator, he encouraged our young participants, Jovain, Wayne, and Daniel, to share their story so that we could use that, everybody could use that to be encouraged. And so I thank you, men, for being brave enough, for stepping up to the game, for sharing your story. You didn't share some concept that we read about in some journal or we see in some database tucked away in America. We were sharing our stories, stories that mattered to encourage our boys to men, to encourage our boys, to help our boys to thrive. That led us into Deacon Thwaites, looking at the spiritual aspect of things, and perhaps pointing out to us that we might have dropped the ball a little bit as it related to being proactive within the space or using the concepts of spirituality to encourage, engage, and retain our young men within education. But all is not lost. All was never even lost when the data hit us bloop, face on. There was more than an impact of drama or trauma when poverty was being assessed and the implications of it by our special guest, Herbert Gayle. Now, Dr. Gayle gave us some data that would blow us one way or the other. It either blow you into action, blow you back to your bed to say, no, may have to go sleep on this because we need a solution. Or it blow you into action where you say, no, we need to move beyond the poochie mentality. We need to move beyond the robot hand mentality. We need to move beyond just the talk of saying, oh, yes, we do have a problem and the data suggests it and the data suggests this. But what are we suggesting as a solution? He has a solution. He's been working with Claudius Pass and he shared that. Let us help to put children first so that our boys can move to men, so that our boys to men, recognizing that early childhood is no small matter, helping our boys to thrive beyond the data, as shocking as it is, to have mentored or interacted with a group of 10, and then to tell us that at this stage, you only have 5 living or 4 living, it is scary. It is scary. And they didn't die because they went to war. They died because there was a war, a local war that we have chosen to ignore. And no, I'm not here to make a speech. I'm here to thank you all. And I'm still thanking you because despite the data, I'm so gracious. I thank you all for being here. Now, one man, Robert Dixon, and his board of directors chose to establish an operation to restore within the depth of communities that are most in need. So right there in Trenchtown, he didn't set it up on Hope Road or on Trafalgar Road. It is established in Trenchtown to deal with the people in Trenchtown so that they can get out. And he was able to share some success stories. And we thank you for that. We thank you for your vision. We thank you for taking the brave step to leave banking sector and all the trimmings that it offered so that you could have an impact, so that our boys can become men. ECE, no small matter, helping boys to thrive. He's exemplifying that, helping boys to thrive. Then we close off with safe technologies, and Jason just open up the thing now and say, hey, what do we do for our boys? Our boys don't want dolly, they want Fitbit that them can track how them sleep or how many steps them make on the football field or how fast them going. They want to have a microphone for their voice. Somebody said that the boys need a voice. I think it was Chris Clark, Dr. Clark, who said that them need their own voice. See them own microphone, them can load up the thing and them can say it how they want. And in the same vein, we're building their public speaking skills without even realizing it. We're building their self-esteem and their confidence in their self and their ability to express themselves so that, like Jovan, them can move from speaking bad to speaking good, whatever we choose to define bad speaking as or good speaking as, but they can make that transition. I thank you all, organizers, moderators, partners, presenters, those who are watching us in land and those who will watch us again in the virtual land space. I thank you all. We at Catholic College of Mandeville, we celebrate our 4th virtual conference. We celebrate our 2nd collaboration with JDTAN, Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network. And we thank you all for being present. I look forward to our 5th celebration. Perhaps it might be BECE transformed. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Well, I'm going to thank the thanker. Thank you, Dr. Davis Smith, for doing such a nice encapsulating of the 2 days and thanking all our presenters. It only leaves me now to thank the people behind the scenes. Colleen, bless you. Thank you for being our eyes and ears. Thank you, Mrs. Esther White. Another set of eyes and ears looking at YouTube. and following our audience's comments and stuff. Thank you, Tasheka, Antoinette, Kimon, behind the scenes streaming. Thank you, DeAndre, who is on my right here, navigating all the technology. Mrs. Gray, you raise your hand.
I have to raise my hand. I want to thank you, Joan Belfon.
Oh dear.
Guess what, audience in the virtual space? Did you know that Miss Belfon was an early childhood teacher for 8 years? I want to tell you that, yes, I may be the sort of a lead in this thing, but I'm telling you, Miss Belfon is a driving force behind these conferences. Let me let you into a secret. The topics, she was behind it. And it was truly a team effort. I also wanted to talk about the theme. The theme came from two persons. One person gave Men to Boys, and the other person gave EC No Small Matter. Dr. Diana Davis gave the EC No Small Matter. So I just want to thank everyone for all that they have done. But Joan, you have been such an anchor and a strength in terms of moderating. 2018, you moderated. 2019, you moderated all by yourself. 2020. So thanks again, Joan, and keep up the good work. I want to thank everyone, Ms. Larg and all those. I'm not going to go over the thank you again, but God bless. And we will say one boy at a time.
Thank you. And just before we close, I want to hail up Leslie Ann, who would have been with us over the 2 days, helping to moderate. And she's also part of the planning team. And I could hear her in the background commenting and questioning. So Leslie Ann, enough respect. Glad to have you working behind the scenes with us as we close conference 2021. Thank you all, educators, all participants. And Carleen, please don't be a stranger. We only see you once a year, twice a year. We'll be in contact. It's nice to see, nice to have you with us. Dwayne, it's always a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Narda knows where to find me.
Okay. Take care, guys. War good.
Thank you all. Thanks.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The first 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The first 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Pathway to success. The Catholic College of Mandeville is here for you. Nurture your skills and grow with us. The Catholic College of Mandeville is collaborating with the Ministry of Education to provide you with these life-changing opportunities. Become a member of the workforce after just 2 years. Under our technical pathway, we offer training in agri-food processing, digital animation, computer servicing and support, and housekeeping. Under our general pathway, you will be trained in customer service and information technology for office application. Your tuition will be fully paid for by the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information. After your 2 years, you can pursue a third year by choice to acquire an occupational associate degree.
Kayla, I can't find a school to accept me with just 2 CXCs.
That's okay. I got a call from Catholic College. They'll accept us.
Prepare for your future today. You can contact us via email at reachccm@ccm.edu.jm. You can call us at 876-548-6373. You can also reach us on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. Are you ready to take on your pathway to success? The Catholic